And we are live here on Plus One EXP's Roll for Content channel. My name is Tony Vicinda. I'm Chief Alchemist here at Plus One EXP, which is a weird little brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard and skincare alchemy, and the Bardic College of Content Creation. Our hope and desire here at Plus One EXP is to help amazing designers find great players who love their games, and amazing players find great designers whose games they can love. We do that in a lot of different ways, but the most fun way is sitting down with the designers to play those games, and that's what we're doing today. We're playing Midnight in a Perfect World. To tell us a little bit more about themselves and the game, let's kick things straight over to Zoheb. Zoheb, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, and tell us a little bit more about Midnight in a Perfect World.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Hello, everyone tuning in. I'm Zoheb. I am an academic, artist, writer, bunch of different things, originally from Bangladesh. I've been living and working in Europe for a few years now. I got into game design largely as a creative exercise. I have like 2 games, one of which has been published, Midnight in a Perfect World by Plus One XP. And the other one is kind of like this little epistolary game that you can find on my itch account. So like getting into game design is still early days. Hopefully it goes on. And in my day job, I'm an academic working with games, like critical media analysis of games. So that's what I mostly do to pay the bills. What else to say? I have a cat which might invade the stream at some point. Just a human interest little note, and also like a warning for people in case you are looking forward to seeing a cat or you are terrified of a cat. There may be a cat at some point, and if there isn't a cat, well, you know how it is. I can't control them. As for Midnight in a Perfect World, this is a game about the premise is that we are people having a dinner party. And it's been some years since the revolution that freed our country. And we have this tradition of getting together on the anniversary of this revolution. And we will have a clock counting down the hours as we play. And as time goes on, we will start to talk more about like what happened and the people we lost. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Excited to watch y'all play. I'll just be hosting today. Let's meet our other players and then talk about a couple other things before we get going. Let's kick things up to Kit. Kit, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, and if you want to be found online, tell people how to find you.
Hi, yeah, I'm Kit. I don't have a strong social media presence. That's actually something I'm working on. I am a improviser. Actually, as of last week, I'm a semi-professional improviser. If you're in the Midwest, you can see me at the Murder Mystery Dinner Company. And I, kind of play around different improv theaters around town. That's my big thing right now. And I've been role-playing for a long time. Zoheb and I have played a few games together here and there. We always try to make it work, but we're in very different time zones, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm really excited to play this game. We've been trying to make this work for a while, and it's one of the games, like probably top 3, no exaggeration, on my list of games that I wanted to play over the last couple of years. So I'm really excited to dig into it.
Awesome. Glad to have you with us for the first time. Not for the first time. Come back. I think this is your third game stream, 4th stream overall. We've got Jacob. Jacob, why don't you tell people all the things?
Hi, I'm Jacob Mooney. I'm one half of Smiling Mythos Games. You can find us at Smiling Mythos on most socials, and at smilingmythosgames.com is our website. We published a game on Plus One EXP. It's called Machine Impossible. Had a great time playing that on stream, and also found playing games on a stream to be a lovely way to meet other amazing creators. So here I am, ready to eat dinner and talk about all of my dead loved ones. And I'm all out of chewing gum.
As you do. Awesome. And then last but not least, we've got Renzo with us. Why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, and again, if you want to be found online, tell people how to do it.
Hello, my name is Renzo. I'm a Brazilian American. I'm a student currently living in Europe. Me and Chloe have played a handful of games before. I've been playing tabletop role-playing games since I was really young. No particular socials, at least not yet. So I'm just here, and I'm excited to play Midnight in a Perfect World. I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. super excited for y'all to dive in. We always use a couple different tools here on stream to help everybody feel comfortable and secure with the subject matter that we're going to have in play. We'll walk through them all individually, but those are lines and veils, the X and O card, and the open door policy. Open door policy we'll talk a little bit about because it has a different context within the reality of Midnight in a Perfect World also too. But lines are things that, while they may happen in the world of the game, they don't happen while we're playing it. They're off limits in play. So for us here on stream, that always includes sexual coercion and sexual assault. But are there any other lines or veils that we want to add before we go into play?
I think that I have a line on like racism and racially motivated violence, and I think I have like a veil on violence to children.
Perfect.
I have a line on harm to like pets, domestic animals. I mean, you know, wild animals, wolves, something's trying to kill you, fine, but please don't kick our dear cats and dogs. I don't like that. And I don't like to generally talk that much about the government considering recent events, but obviously that's gonna be difficult considering the subject matter. So, you know, we'll probably try to tread carefully out of current events and into a fantasy world.
Yeah.
With relevance to current events, right?
Yeah. Do we want to line real world political figures? Is that a good
That
thing
would
to
be
add?
a great line for
Okay,
me. Yes,
cool.
please. Thank you. Excellent,
Yeah,
Tony.
let's do that then, and that lets us play with any of the themes we want
Please,
to.
exactly. Yeah,
to
the themes are
make it
important to me,
one-to-one.
but yeah, I don't.
Perfect.
Wanna,
Awesome.
for sure.
Yeah, standard veil for me is like sex. You know, we could talk about it, but again, I can't imagine it coming up in the context of this particular game because it's so embodied. But yeah, sex.
Yeah,
is a veil.
Go ahead.
The only thing I want to add at this point is a veil on nuclear war. I don't know if that will come up, but I could see it potentially coming up. And if it does, we can talk about it, but let's be a bit neutral, I guess.
Love it.
Not too.
Those are all great. If any more things come up, we also always have the X card. If something comes up and you are unclear, uncomfortable, or for some other reason need to pause the game to have a discussion, you can type or say X. We'll stop, identify what the issue is, have a short conversation. You can explain yourself as much or as little as you want to, and that can be not at all. And then we'll move forward in a different direction. Maybe updating our lines and veils also too. And then the O card is the opposite. It's like, I'm super into this, whatever's happening, typing O in, saying O, making an O with your hands. Lets us know that you're super into whatever's happening and want people to keep on going. And then we also have an open door policy here on +1 EXP, which means that we're all real people with real things happening in the world around us. So if you need to get up and take a quick break, step away for a second, any of those kind of things, don't hesitate to do so. You can either tell us or just do it because it's fine. One of the interesting things about Midnight in a Perfect World, if we were all sitting in a room and you needed to go to the restroom, play would just continue without you. If you wanted to go out on the porch and smoke, you would still be playing the game. You would just be stepping out to go do that thing in real life. I think we can keep some of that same intent here. If we need to take a communal break at some point, Zoheb or I will call for that. But if you need to get up for a personal one, feel free to do it without consultation, excusing yourself as you would from a dinner table normally to go do whatever you need to. But yeah, we're all real people with real things going on, and that's normal, and we should all behave like normal human beings. So with that said, unless anybody has any questions about any of those.
I have a big O for personal traumas. I would love for us all to cry together on stream. Let's get real here today. All right.
Called shot O. Like I would love some tears. Excellent. I'm with all that said, I'm going to hand things over to Zoheb to take y'all into Midnight in a Perfect World.
Yeah, let's do it. I briefly actually forgot to mention my social media, but zoheb.mashir@bluesky.com, and you can find my itch at closespeaking.itch.io. So I forgot to mention those. But the game itself, yeah. So I'm going to read out like the premise page to kind of set the mood. So here we go. It is the anniversary of your country's liberation. A bloody struggle for independence left you bereaved. You have an Independence Day tradition. You share a dinner before heading to the public plaza to watch the countdown to the midnight hour of your freedom. So Midnight in a Perfect World is a role-playing game about the relationships between those who survived the struggle and those who did not. It is a game of broken hearts and haunted nations, and it is a game of magic realism. So we have the four of us together. We are going to be playing, four people gathering together for this dinner. That's our annual tradition. We'll be gathering together 4 hours before the midnight anniversary of the liberation, whatever that ends up looking like. And the 4 hours that we're going to be playing, we'll be gathering for 4 hours to play, and we're going to have like a countdown for 3 hours. So we're going to start 3 hours before midnight, and then we're going to keep on playing until midnight hits. So the 4 hours that we're playing, it incorporates like character creation before the game proper starts, before we hit the timer. And there's going to be like multiple phases. Each phase has like some light rules in terms of like what you're allowed to talk about and encouraged to talk about in each of these phases. And I'm going to like, before we get into each phase, I'm going to like read out like the general sort of gist of each phase and what we're supposed to do. And once we get to the final midnight hour, the sort of celebration, the anniversary, time stops again, and then we're going to have like an epilogue afterwards. And hopefully, if the time permits, and I hope it does, we shall have time also for a little debrief to think about, you know, how the game felt. And I don't know if there's like people saying anything in chat and so on. Perhaps we could even respond to some of that. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. So 3 hours is required for the game, and 4 hours is recommended for all the other stuff with character creation, world building, and all of that. So I think world building is really important here because the game is generic in the sense that, yes, we know that there was a struggle for liberation and that we lost some people and that it has been some time since then and that there's a midnight anniversary. So these are the facts. But beyond that, we don't know we don't know much about. The game doesn't say anything, like doesn't prescribe anything. So for our particular game, we can decide, you know, what all of this looks like. So what we know is that the revolution was during our lifetimes, the struggle for independence. And now we should think about the general sorts of ideas, such as like real world or not. I assume real world is basically out since we said, you know, no real world political figures. And I think like a sort of like fantastical element to it definitely like lends itself to the game. And the degree of like fantasy is up to us to discuss. We want to be science fiction and so on. When I've played this game in the past, and I've heard of this game played, it tends to be a little bit like a alternate reality modernist sort of setting, a little bit like Disco Elysium, which is one of my key touchstones for this game and one of the canonical works of art for me as a person. You could also even think of like Studio Ghibli-esque, you know, that sort of like alternate modernity that they do. Those strike me because of the subject matter of nationalism and revolution and so on. But we could do fantasy. We could also do science fiction, more hard sci-fi. I think that's probably a good thing to start off with. Like, what genre are we interested in?
Well,
I know that I'm drawn to either alternate reality present day or hard left. Like I happen to be in the middle of a textbook about like 1300s England, so like a medieval revolution, or a revolution with medieval trappings, and or my favorite time period and place on earth is like 1920s, like New York, especially the Harlem Renaissance. So those are three places that I think are like near and dear to my heart at this present moment, although obviously the one that we all have the most shared common knowledge of is modernist, alternate reality.
I have one thought that I'm obsessing over right now, and that's like a basically revolutionary France, right? Earlier on when like the tech was more emerging, and like sort of that tech level of like between, you know, pre-modern tech and almost medieval tech. I thought that was a really interesting period technologically, but also like sociology, you know, the stuff of that time was very interesting because you had extreme wealth inequality, as extreme as we have now. But then obviously let's make it interesting. Let's make it much more diverse. Let's make it much more, let's add like a fantastical technological, like maybe a magitech element to it, right? Maybe the, you know, police patrol the streets with mechs instead of, you know, horses, something like that. That's, I'll throw that in the pot and we can see where that goes.
I'm definitely most interested in a sort of alternate reality modernism. When you said Ghibli, my first thought was Porco Rosso, which is of course about the real world Italy, but that sort of time period is very interesting to me. You know, the early 1920s, 1930s, like you said.
Yeah. So there's like two different thoughts regarding the 1920s from you, Renzo, and also for Jacob, both in that sort of milieu, but of course like different sorts of like vibes. And Kit, you suggested an alternate reality from earlier on.
I can mess with like a very late Victorian, like, you know, the emergence of, now we're talking about the emergence of modern technology, right? And that's another huge, I like the inflection points of technology, generally speaking. Those are some of the most interesting times in history for me personally. And so, yeah, you've got like early cars coming out, you've got machine guns now, we have chemical weapons coming, stuff like that, right? Those things that have really warped warfare and society around them. That's an interesting space for me to play in personally. So 1920s is great for me.
Yeah. So how's this a suggestion? Just kind of like building on everyone's ideas, like something in an alternate world that kind of resembles ours. So it's not necessarily New York as such, not necessarily France as such, or the UK, but something that feels adjacent to these things and is recognizable. We can figure out where we can dial it down further, but like on the cusp of the 20th century or like that sort of like era, World War I-esque before that, or perhaps like this revolution that happened was in the context of something like World War I, which again, fantastical new technologies and so on. Is that interesting?
Yeah.
Steamboat
like comes to mind.
Yeah, I like the idea of like a large war that is similar to World War I, like causing the pressure that enabled the revolution that we're talking about in this game.
Yeah.
So if that happened in like the 1900s or the 1910s, maybe it is now the 1920s or the 1930s.
Yeah.
The interesting sort of thing about that period as well that you have in real life is the sort of, you know, the golden age of the Weimar Republic, the interwar period, in the sense of everything is very flashy now. It seems like things are going very well. It's the height of culture, but in fact, it's papering over a lot of economic difficulties.
And I really mess with the idea of society at large kind of like in a boom period after this period of trauma, but like we four sad people, you know.
Well,
yeah.
I wonder if a little twist on this could be there's a war happening in the center of civilization. And I know that Zoheb's always interested in exploring colonial themes. Maybe we're a colonial power somewhere that our revolution was enabled by the war happening and they started to ignore us. And the colonial power obviously created this immense wealth disparity in our country, and we want to shake that off. How do you feel about that? It's a little fraught, but it could be interesting.
Well, we're post that, right?
Right. Yeah. That's the context for the revolution, right? Is that we were this colonial power. There was this war that kind of started to ignore us a little bit, and then we could sort of throw off those chains and make that revolution against the local, you know, baronies and all that kind of stuff.
Just to be clear, we are not the colonists.
No.
No. We were colonized. Okay.
Yeah.
We were the colonized. The war enabled our war of independence, and now things are looking up in some ways. But we kind of remember, our characters would remember not just the struggle, but also like being colonized, right?
Absolutely. It's not only from like a cultural perspective, right? We'd culturally have that wound of being colonized and having our culture destroyed. So
it is probably going to be hard to do colonial power without crossing into talking about racism.
True. Yeah,
That's true. Yeah, perhaps then like maybe something a little bit like the Bolshevik Revolution, right? Like there was a war, and our nation participated within it, and it provided the impetus for us to overthrow the previous system. And now perhaps there's a Weimar Republic-esque boom of post-war, sort of like celebrations. Maybe we can like think in that sort of terms, and then we don't have to like deal with racism. Then it becomes like a class conflict, more or less.
Yeah. I can fuck with that. Yeah, definitely.
I like that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. So there's a checklist of questions here, and I think like we kind of maybe thinking about these questions can like get us to think broadly about some other issues that we should probably think about. But how many years has it been since liberation, do we think? A decade, or less than that?
I would like very few personally, because that sounds like it'd be really messy, and I like messy.
I kind of want to be closer to a decade, but like I don't mind going lower, like 7 or 8.
7 could be
7.
interesting if it was like a significant number in our ancient history that's still superstitious to us to this day.
7-year anniversary.
Yeah, 7-year anniversary.
7-year anniversary. I'll just be making notes of these in the chat as we go on. 7-year anniversary. Yes, we may forget the number. So 7-year anniversary. Do you think there was a war of liberation within our country, or do we do like a different kind of struggle, like a workers' uprising or something?
I think it's a war of revolution. We've kind of spoken of it in that way as the allegory to the Bolshevik Revolution. That would be called a war of revolution, right?
Yeah.
Or liberation.
Yeah. I think perhaps like we call it as such, and maybe some people call it as like, the Troubles or whatever.
People want to try to minimize it a little bit, call it the Troubles.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't see why it couldn't be both, right? Maybe it started as like a worker and student revolution, and then there was a heavy crackdown that brought everyone else into it within, weeks or months, and it was a sudden, like, chaotic time.
Yeah. Like there's an official narrative, and like maybe within us we subscribe to like certain different views. I had in Bangladesh, there was a member of my family who used to refer to our liberation war as basically that word translates to ruckus, the ruckus. So maybe something like that could be interesting. And how long did this war / revolution / ruckus last, do we think?
So there's an interesting question to me here, which is in the real world Russian Revolution, there was all of these other sort of powers that were part of the Russian Empire and started to try to split off and then weren't able to. I think it could be interesting if in this case the revolution was actually quite quick, but that all of those other sort of nationalist revolts won out in the end. And the place that is now free is significantly smaller in terms of territory.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So it was a larger territory. There were a bunch of nationalist, like you were saying, uprisings or riots that led to the revolutionary conflict, the Revolutionary War.
Yeah, and it sort of seceded and split into all of these smaller regions.
No, I like that. Yeah. Maybe they were like a bunch of former city states that were roped into a nation state, and then after this thing they were like, yeah, this wasn't working, let's not. I like Lorenzo's idea too of like a flash war. Like it was very quick, very bloody, very violent, but like I like the idea that maybe there was like a lot of stuff that like led up to it, and then it was like worker revolt, student revolt, like huge war, and then now we have to deal with all this messiness because it was a total war basically.
So if it is a huge total war, I think that does take time. I feel like the faster a war is, like usually the faster a war is, like really like the less bloody it is, even though they might have had like extreme violence. like in a short amount of time, you can only have so many battles because of how much logistics are involved in war. So if we say that this was an extremely loud but extremely short war, in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, if the war itself took like only a year or only 2 years, then like maybe there was like a turning point that came up really early, and then an advancement that was like one army was able to get behind the other army, or one army was able to like infiltrate a capital city and
or some other force joined, perhaps,
or some other force joined. Like if it was extremely bloody, and also was extremely short, that is kind of what that feels like in my head, which is not in my mind what total war means. Because when I think about total war, I think about, tying, like twisting up the railroad tracks, burning and salting the earth, retreating as you burn every field that you retreat past.
Sure.
Long, slow, extremely like acts of violence that will linger and reverberate for like years and years.
Well, my thinking is like World War II, right? I mean, 3 or 4 years was the core heavy fighting in World War II. There was fighting before and fighting after, but from like 1939 to 1943 was like a nasty, continent encompassing war where, fields were salted and burned, towns were destroyed and decimated. Like tons and tons of towns were decimated in that short period of time.
Okay, so 4 years is still short to you.
Yes, absolutely, yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at scales like 100 years war is a long war, right? So
okay.
In modernity, yes, 3 to 4 years is a long time for sure.
I'm thinking on a different time scale than you. I
Sure,
see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Sure.
So 4 years, there was the big war, and within that, our country fell apart. I think we had a relatively, perhaps like short intensity conflict. That's the official narrative of the war of revolution. But then there was these other like bigger sorts of like workers' riots and like coal miners' riots and all these other things, and then these other small polities breaking off and so on. So like the bigger picture can kind of expand infinitely outwards depending on how you want to do it. Maybe some of that. Then just to kind of like keep it moving, I think. So I'm looking, and I think now, and we can keep coming up with the history as we go, as we play, as we refer to events and so on. But I think 2 important things is, do we think it's interesting if like we are like one of the small little city-states that ended up being like, perhaps like we claim part of like this bigger cultural identity, but like actually our country is pretty small?
I actually like the opposite, where we claimed a very specific cultural identity. To use like Germany's example, like Bavaria, right? Where we had our culture that got subsumed by the larger culture, but like we always held on very strongly to our history, and we were part of this group of city-states and never really felt like we belonged necessarily.
So we're a smaller territory, but the larger territory is kind of like assumed the same kind of vibe. Is that what you're describing?
Yeah, it's we share a cultural past because we're close, obviously, but like our city-state has this like very specific, and I don't know what that is, we can get into that, but as a very specific and tight-knit culture, so that we're all like, oh yeah, we've been part of this group for this whole time, and that's interesting to us. And so like us as our characters will be very, very, very tight-knit in a way that our like communities are in this nation. That's my idea.
There's one wrinkle we could add to this, which is we're part of this sort of other nation, but we're actually living in the capital.
Okay.
So we're actually not living in the city state of our own nation.
Oh, I think I like that.
All of our roots are set down in this capital, and so it doesn't really make sense for us to move.
I think I need more explanation. I don't understand.
Yeah. I see where you're going, Renzo, but I think it might overcomplicate.
Okay, well then let's not do that. I think it is too complicated.
I do like it though, but just in the sense of like moving forward, I think like perhaps sticking to the city-state, and this is where we live, and there was a bigger thing, and then it kind of like devolved. And sorry to kind of rush, but we
No,
do
it's all
we
right.
have a lot of time, and we can kind of like keep things going as we go. And I'd like to get to character creation, actually.
Mhm.
So character creation, actually, so we have the playing cards .io screen here. We are all on there. Like the stream's on there, I assume. I'm not looking at the stream. Yeah, cool. So the way this works is that we will use tarot cards to kind of like get some prompts that start like helping us envision our characters. Now, we will not actually finalize our characters until the end of this process. And in fact, even by the end of the process, you're encouraged not to kind of like fully like, talk about my character looks like this and so on, but by the end of the process, you'll have an idea of who they are. You might even have their name. And then once we get to the actual play, that's when you fully introduce them. So we're going to go through it iteratively. And we're going to use major arcana. So we have like the 22 major arcana in the middle of the deck here, and these are going to be our prompts. Now, one of the players, whenever we play Midnight in the Perfect World, there's no actual GM role, but there is a facilitator. And this person is called the host. If you were playing in person, then the host would literally be inviting you all to dinner. That's one of the ideas. So you'll be at my house. So welcome. It's a no shoes house, so please respect that. So I'm the host, and I'm basically a player, but like I also like I'm in charge of pacing, but I also also have like certain slightly more discretionary power over the way the story goes than the others. So I get to pick the major arcana first. So on my turn, I'm going to draw 2 cards. I'm going to draw them. These are my cards, and you can all see them. They're just not a secret. I got the moon and the sun.
Oh,
So the first one that I unveiled, which is the moon. In fact, let's do left to right. The first arcanum represents your character. This is who they are. I'm the moon. The second arcanum represents your relationship to the player character sitting across from you. So Renzo, my relationship to you somehow involves the sun. So let's just have that on there. And for now, we don't talk more about that. We just keep drawing cards. We kind of go around in a circle. Let's go from top to right, so clockwise. Jacob?
So this is my first one. This is my second one.
Yeah.
And I reveal them now.
Yeah. First one is you.
Okay, there we go.
You're the
Okay,
hangman.
I am the hanged man. Lovely. And then Kit, the card that represents my relationship with you is the Tower. Have these been shuffled?
Oh, dearie me.
Okay.
Yeah.
okay. So
Could
the
be
card
worse.
that represents me
Mhm.
is the High Priestess.
Okay.
And the card that represents my relationship with Chloe's character is the Magician.
Okay. Yeah. So it's interesting. This is interesting.
Yeah.
We'll work out what it means for all of these things to come together. But yeah, so far so good. Kit.
I do wonder if these have just not been like shuffled, because they are all the moon, the sun, the two
Are they
celestial
not?
bodies, the hangman
Okay.
I
and
think,
the tower.
they are shuffled because the oh wait, no, they're coming out in different. Oh,
Are
they're
these
coming out
all
in
like
different-
opposites, basically?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's shuffled.
Yeah, I definitely shuffled it before. I remember doing that.
Amazing.
Yeah, the numbers
Because
aren't in order, so
we've just had very I guess Death and the Emperor are not the same exactly,
Yeah.
although you like I'm the hangman, you're Death. Seems pretty good.
it's intense. It's gonna be intense here.
We're all friends here. You're invited to dinner. How bad could it be?
Yeah.
How bad could it be?
So your mutual relationship involves the Emperor and the Tower.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay. So at this stage, we can brainstorm ideas for our characters. We can like collaborate with each other, or we can move on to kind of like draw some more arcana to kind of like think of. We can move on to some of the other characters that will be there. Actually, I think procedurally, rather than get confusing, let's see if we already have enough juice here to kind of like think about some dynamics What do we think?
I have a dynamic I would like to pitch, Kit.
Okay, I'm listening.
I was a political prisoner who was supposed to be hanged, and I did not get hanged. And we were in a position, maybe not the only two people, but we were in the room when we were deciding whether to imprison or kill the emperor of the government that we overthrew.
Interesting.
And
So
I don't know if maybe you being deaf means that we ended up killing him, or maybe you just maybe death has factors into it some other way. But the emperor, death, and the tower and the hanged man, to me, have like a lot in common. And the first thing that came to my head was there was an emperor. I wanted there to be an imprisonment of the emperor, and you did not want the emperor to be imprisoned. You wanted the emperor to be killed.
Yeah, I like that. So what immediately jumps out to me is that with you having the tower related to me is that you and I were in some kind of position of power, but that I think something that might be interesting is that before the revolution, you and I did not get along at all. Right. So you were like a politician, maybe I was in the military, and you and I butted heads constantly. And then when it got real, that like exacerbated. And then in the time since, after we went through this whole thing with, like you said, with their old emperor, this decision, this consternation, it came to a head. And then you and I went our separate ways. And in the years since, we've sort of, I mean, maybe haven't. Maybe we can explore that. And maybe the host here has invited us to like try to have us bury the hatchet here, right? And try to like get along.
Maybe, yeah. I think that I like the idea of because I drew the hanged man and because I drew the tower, I think that whatever positions you and I had prior to the revolution happening, I did something that basically forfeited or ruined my political clout, put me in jail, and had me like next in line to be hanged. Like at the next, like I was going to be a public political execution by hanging, and like the revolution saved my life, but then I wanted the emperor to be imprisoned, and I don't know, maybe you wanted the emperor to be killed, or maybe you were just a member of the military and that's why your card is deaf. I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably enough, right? So I have to kind of like build a basic concept and then we can explore it.
But then I think like it's really important, because if you guys are like high-ranking members, at least of the previous regime, and you would probably still have some level of influence. If I'm the one inviting you guys to dinner, I must also be some sort of like big shot in some sort of capacity.
No,
or something.
I at least have clearly lost what influence that I had. I probably used to be.
No, so not like a minister, but like someone who's more than a commoner. Sorry,
like a dignitary or something.
Maybe I had an idea.
Like, I think that I was probably able to curry whatever political favor probably I was high up in the bad guys' government, decided to start doing something for the revolution, got found out. So like what political favors I have left is probably what I'm living off of in this moment. 7 years later, I have an academic position. Maybe I have a maybe I have I'm somebody who was influential and is maybe remembered favorably because I was almost killed for the revolution. So I assume that like somehow I have gotten that into me getting my bills paid.
Maybe your the difficulties that whatever you went through or whatever you did have kind of like been forgotten a bit, but not by everyone.
Making money off of like your living being like, hey, remember me? I almost died is like not a long-term business strategy.
Don't worry about that other stuff.
Eventually,
Don't think about that other stuff.
also just eventually people grow up and forget about
Yeah.
the revolution, even
absolutely.
7 years later.
Yeah.
So
I think as an interesting foil to that, I think I'd like to be somebody of no importance. And I think the magician to me has an implication of you showed me something magic. You taught me something.
do you want to know what I was thinking?
What were you thinking?
I was thinking of us being a director and an actor.
Director and an actor.
Or like, maybe like films are starting to be a thing, right?
True,
right?
true.
Yeah. And like you're like the upcoming actor, and I'm like a big shot director who might be a bit of a has-been. So like I'm a culture worker who used to, I don't know, maybe I like to invite interesting people to my house, right?
Are you a has-been if the technology is just up and coming?
Yeah, well, if we're still like thinking in terms of like maybe I don't know, maybe
you could have been a stage director. Film started to destroy the stage, and now you're just getting into film. Yeah, and it's new to you, and no one believes in your ability to make a film. And you're like, I'm going to make a film about the revolution, maybe. Yeah. And so you invite people who have deep, like, knowledge of things that happen inside to basically mine us for data.
I was going to say that I have like strong opinions about films used to be better when they were silent.
I love that. You might be right, anyways.
Yeah. Does that interest you? Like, sort of like?
No, I like this. I like this a lot. I think I think I want to have been. I'm trying to think of the timeline here. I think I want to have been young when the revolution happened. I'm just trying to decide how young. Because it's are we counting the 7-year anniversary as the end of the war? That would make the most sense.
Yeah, I'd say so.
So it has been a while. So let's say
11 years total, war being 4 years.
Something like that. Yeah.
Let's say I was like somewhere around 10 years old when
You're like 21, 22 now.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is there a relationship then between like myself and Renzo and myself and Zoheb eventually? Is that in the next phase?
Yes.
The next phase. I think we both know someone. I think this is good.
Because I have some ideas floating around, but we'll let it develop as it goes.
Yeah. Just a brief question then, Renzo. And this is just something to think about. We can like modify based on what the rest of what else happens. But do we think it would be interesting if like you're like my offspring, like my child?
No, I think it's more interesting if there is no relation, no direct relation with that.
You're just someone I'm scouting for my big comeback film, which will be silent.
It's funny you said that because I was always thinking it'd be funny if Lorenzo was like my nephew and I was like trying to get him in and push him in. But obviously, if you don't want to do familial, that's fine too.
You guys could be related. We can see.
It's up to you, Lorenzo.
I think I'll move on to the next phase because I think we're cooking here.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So at this stage, just to declutter, we can discard all the arcana that we have. Perhaps we can move them all on this side of here. That's all right.
Sure.
Because they don't really play a part. You can still hold on to them if you feel like. But yeah. So I, however, as the host, I'm going to draw 2 major arcana, and I'm not going to look at them yet. I'm just going to keep them here. I can look at them if I want, but they are not going to be relevant until later phases. So maybe they'll be a surprise to me too. So I'm going to keep those for later. And now we're going to go around the table. And maybe this time, just to switch it up, we'll start with the person opposite me. We'll start with Renzo. So on your turn, you're going to tell the player to your left, that'll be Kit, the name of a ghost, and just the name. A ghost is someone you both knew and lost in the struggle. Don't say anything else, just name a name.
Okay, Sasha.
Very nice. Okay, I should be able to edit the table as we go. That's there we go. Yeah, I think I'm the only one who can do this. So
yes,
bear with me as I do that. Sasha, there we go. Sasha, nice. Yeah, let's keep going clockwise. So, Kit.
Yes.
Name someone that you and I both knew.
Liam.
Liam. Very nice. Now, Jacob,
Mhm.
our characters, we knew someone, and I think their name was. Maybe we can switch up the cultures here. I think their name was Mayu, like this. Yeah.
Cool.
And the last person is someone that you and Renzo knew.
Somebody that I'm going to say I have a notion of names that sounded cool the first time that I saw them.
Mhm.
So this is a name that I will type out in our meet. It's Ksenia.
Stenia. Nice. Like that, right? With the K?
I've typed it into the meeting.
Okay, okay.
Look over to the terror. Yes,
Okay.
you got it.
Mhm. There we go. Nice. All right, so we have these names. Now we're going to reverse the order. So, let's since Jacob was the last person to speak, let's stick with Jacob. Actually, we reverse the order. On your turn, you're going to turn to the player to your right.
Mhm. So
Right.
you. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And tell them who the ghost was to you. So who was Mayu to you?
I think that Mayu. Just the first thought in my head, and I think purely just because it starts with an M, is maybe Mayu was my mother.
Nice. Jacob species mother. And now I tell Kit who Liam was to me. Liam was my previous rival as a director. So I'm just taking those notes. And now, Kit, it's your turn. Who was Sasha to you?
Sasha was my sister.
Mm-hmm. Let's write that down. Renzo, who was Ksenia to you?
Every artist needs a muse.
Nice.
Ksenia was Renzo's muse. And now we do it the other way around. So you tell the player to your left what your relationship was to the ghost. So we know that Sasha was Kit's character's sister. But Renzo, you also knew Sasha. Who was she to you?
Yeah.
Or them, or he? Well, it's she,
Yeah,
of course. Yeah.
Sasha is my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sasha was very nice. Now, Kit, what was your relationship to Liam?
Remind me who he was. He was the rival as the director.
Yeah.
So could be interesting here. Oh, this could be interesting. So Liam was my childhood best friend. But he was a little older than me. Like a few years older than me.
Very nice.
He kind of took me under his wing, and I got bullied a lot as a kid, and he took me under his wing and protected me.
Nice. Okay, cool. Liam was Kit's childhood best friend. Mayu was Jacob's PC's mother. And I think Mayu was my best actress.
Oh, cool.
So she was an older woman, I think, compared to, unless I'm much older than you. Would that be interesting, do you think?
I'm fine with both being true. Like, I'm fine with her being an older woman, or was an older woman, and you being older than my character. Yeah. I think that my character, if they were old enough to have risen to prominence in politics and then also been hanged or almost hanged. They're probably like in their 40s, possibly in their 30s if my character was really popping off early in their life. So
yeah.
that tracks for me if your character is 10 or so years older than that.
Yeah, like my heyday was like before the revolution and so on, I think, right? So she was probably a young actress when we were coming up together. Right?
Yep.
Makes sense to me. All right. Nice. So we have these 4 ghosts. We have these ideas for these 4 ghosts.
I have to do Ksenia, right?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I forgot. We have to do that. My apologies.
I like the idea of maybe like Ksenia was my confidant, like not necessarily a romantic relationship, but like maybe Ksenia was like my bartender, like the bartender that I always saw at my favorite bar.
All right. Renzo's muse. That's okay. The bartender was Renzo's character's muse. Yeah, I like that.
That's interesting.
If you're okay with that, Renzo.
No, I like this.
Okay, yeah. Huh. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like what's emerging. So we got these 4 ghosts. We have ideas for our characters, but we don't have names yet. So the actual introduction for the character, I think like we can like leave off for the actual next phase. But if we already want to come up with names, we can do that. And we can like take a, if you want to do that in quorum, we can do that. Or if you want to take a couple minutes to yourself to think of a name, we can also do that. So whatever better for you. I'm going to think about my character's name.
So we have 5 minutes left to the hour. Is this the last part of character creation, or?
Yeah. Character creation is basically over. We just need to just put the name down.
So maybe we take a short break and think about a character's name and then come back, or?
That's a good idea. Yep, we can take a short break.
I'm going to
5
take 2.
minutes.
Yep,
Thanks
sure.
for collecting.
We'll be back in just 1 minute to keep on playing Midnight in a Perfect World.
I got 1 minute. See you in a minute.
Bye.
And we are back playing Midnight in a Perfect World.
Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to start getting into the game proper now that we've done our character creation and world building. Now, when you have your names for your characters, the rest of you, just put them down in the chat, and then I'll just edit the table to have those names on there for everyone's benefit. So just feel free to do that, and I'm going to, in the meantime, talk about what we're going to be, what the rest of the game is going to be like. So on the table, you see that there's a timer. And from here on out, we're going to start the timer, which we can pause, whenever we need, especially in between these phases that come up. But for the most part, the timer will keep on. And we're going to play, supposedly, for 3 hours to now. We'll put an asterisk on that. I'll talk to you a little bit about that. We're going to be playing from now until 3 hours. And we're going to start in a phase called 3 hours to midnight. And we're going to keep going that way until at midnight, when we're supposed to be there for like the midnight hour of the anniversary, and then time pauses. So until then, we have the timer on. There's going to be 3 phases. The phases, well, four phases. So they're going to be called 3 hours to midnight, 2 hours to midnight, 1 hour to midnight, 30 minutes to midnight. So first 2 phases last an hour each. 1 hour to midnight lasts 30 minutes. 30 minutes to midnight lasts 30 minutes. And then we have we have a phase called midnight where the timer is off. So because of respecting time and so on, and especially because once the timer is off and we have that epilogue phase that can take a little while, my proposal is that we, rather than having like full hours, we actually put down 50-minute timers to start with, and then we can adjust as we go depending on the pacing. Can dynamically changing things based on the limitations of our time. So each of these phases is going to start with me explaining what the rules are. I see there's sidebar conversation. Each of the phases, no worries.
There's a thing. We'll talk about in a second.
Yeah, cool. So each of the phases, I'll explain what like the rules are, but the rules are relatively light. It's free-form roleplay with some suggestions and constraints on what you're allowed to talk about, and especially when it comes to like the ghosts coming in. But beyond that, we're just going to be at a dinner. We're going to have a conversation, and we have time to fill. At the start of the game, it's possible that we're going to be worrying about like how we're going to fill up all the time of each phase. And as the game goes on, in my experience, you're going to really feel the crunch of how little time you have left. Yeah. If you want your character to be drinking, think about how much they're drinking and adjust their behavior accordingly. That's one of the suggestions. If they're sober, they're sober. That's fine. So if you're ready, I'm going to start the phase for 3 hours to midnight, which will go on for 50 minutes rather than the hour suggested. Feel good?
Mhm.
All right. Before we do that, just if we have the names, I'll just quickly put them. So we got Mikhail as that's a kid's character. I'll just quickly edit these. Jacob's character is called Aiden Adair. Do that real quick. And Renzo didn't say your character's name.
Mish.
Oh, Mish. Mish Salon. Okay. And we can edit further. Mish Salon. So I'll be playing Baxter Fontescue Snake. Yeah, you know, just I announced my intentions. Right. So 50 minutes. Then I'm going to start the timer, and I'm going. Actually, no. Before I start the timer, I should explain what. I'm new to facilitating on stream as well. So
You're doing great.
yeah, thanks. So 3 hours to midnight is the setup. Let's start. So the host will. I'm going to begin by describing the scene. I'm going to set the scene. You know, we're at my house. You know, where have I invited you all to come? So we're going to talk about the table, the vibe. We're going to talk about the dishes, and you know, you can also talk about like this particular dishes and drinks and so on that you particularly like. That's on the table. We can fill in as we go with narration. And I'm going to introduce my character, Baxter Fontescue Snake, by raising a toast. I'm going to give a better description of what Baxter looks like. And as we go, I'm going to like give you each an opening by calling you out by name to introduce your character and like, you know, propose a toast to whatever you want. If you have the manual open on page 14, there's like a list of suggestions for things you can toast. And then after the toasts are done, we're going to move into play. So during that phase, we're going to be catching up with each other. And it's at this stage, it's largely polite. You can be a little awkward, kind of like get a feel for each other, that sort of thing. Exploratory conversation for the 50 minutes that the phase will go on for. And the important thing is that at this stage, like the ghosts that are between our characters, that tie our characters together, we will not talk about them at all in this first phase. They are not to be talking about. That's taboo. And beyond that, like, you know, like think about like how the war has like post-war world has like affected you differently and so on. And look for little points of tension that we can build up towards the second phase. But at this stage, still keep things civil. That's the idea. And if at any point you have questions, or if you want me to pause, we can pause as such, or, you know, we can even keep the timer running and have a discussion out of character. All of these things are possible. But if it's all good, I'm going to start the timer. And so we begin. No, that's not right. Now we start the timer, and it has in fact started. Right. So welcome everyone to the townhouse of the former legendary director Baxter Fontescue Snake. You're in like relatively modest accommodations for such a great and storied man. I think like a lot of us have kind of like to, you know, tighten our belts a little bit since the revolution, which is all for the better, you know. That's what it was all about, obviously. But as with anyone else of this great nation, we trying to go all out when inviting other people, and especially on such a momentous occasion as the day of our national anniversary. So you have like this quite large table that I think like doesn't fit very well into this like relatively modest kind of like bourgeois sort of like townhouse, but it's like a big table that you might expect in like almost like a mansion, like a big mansion sort of feast. So it's a little cramped and clearly designed for like much bigger parties than what we have here present with us. Perhaps, in fact, there might even be some NPC guests. We can think about that as we go. Or, you know what? No. Let's set the stage. This big table only has the four of us, which I think makes things we can develop with like how that feels. But we have this big table, and perhaps we're all clustered now towards the end, where I'm sat at the head, and this big table is there's a bit of a feast on here. We got like roast chicken, various kinds of like roast meats. We have like a variety of like eggplant dips and other kinds of like roast vegetables and so on. We got like rice. We got like sweet potatoes. I think like the vibe sort of is that the culture we're in is kind of European-esque, but I think like Baxter Fontesquieu's Snake's Table speaks to an interest in world cuisine. So, you know, we got curries, we got like flatbreads, we got something that's might even be like injera bread, very fancy, very, very, well, Mr. Worldwide over here. So that's, and he's intentionally doing that, right? And I think you're seeing like, for a man who like clearly put so much thought into his food, like we're thinking like a very spare kind of like thin kind of guy, with wearing like a cravat and like a sort of like nice white suit, which is kind of like a challenge given that there's a lot of like curries and stews on the table. And I think he stands up holding a glass of what I think is our national drink, which I think might be not absinthe as such, but like something very similar to absinthe. And I think part of what may have like triggered our decision to split up from the rest is that people tried to ban absinthe, and we wouldn't have that. That's just something I'm throwing out there. Some people suggested that was the original start.
Maybe it's like a fortified wine that has like herbs that are banned in other countries because of X, Y, and Z reason. Yeah,
exactly. So absinthe, quote unquote, legally distinct absinthe. So I'm holding it up, and let's see what voice should I do for Baxter. I think I'm gonna go. All right, friends, thank you for being here on this momentous occasion, on this great day in our nation's history. Young, but already storied, and with a rich legacy behind it. I am very pleased to have here friends who, well, we all made it. That's the important thing. We all made it, and I'm glad to see you all here at my table. There were more invitations set out, but alas, as the years go by, people dwindle a little bit in their common niceties and their willingness to come and break bread in commonality. Perhaps they're all at those like big parties at the Grand Republican Hotel and so on and so forth. But we don't need to worry about those people. They're missing out on what I can tell you is the best food in the capital. So, my friends, welcome. And let me propose to you all the very first toast of the evening, if you don't mind me abusing my privilege as host to do so. I'm going to drink this glass. I'm going to drain all of it to nothing less than the workers of the world. Yeah. And then I think he kind of like clears his throat to clearly imply that like that was a hefty swing for this old man. But he kind of like then turns to the person to his right. Yeah, that would be Mikhail.
Yeah. Right, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I'd say, and now here with us is also Mikhail. Mikhail, please, what would you like us to drink to? As I think we review people's classes.
Yeah. So Mikhail, in contrast to his fit figure when he was a high-ranking military personnel, he used to work out, do PT with the soldiers every day. He was a lead by example type. Has let himself go. He's a very tall man. His short cropped black hair has been replaced with a long black ponytail. His beard has gotten quite gruff, and he's let his barrel chest turn into a total barrel torso. He I'll just tell you this internally, has been drinking all night, but he's a very large man, and no one really can see the outward sights of it. He looks around at the food, and he says, I see you brought some fish from the sea. We have like an inland sea, and raw fish is a very common part of our diet, and we have a very special type of preparation for it using herbs and spices and some citrus, local citrus. And he points at us and said, that's my favorite, Baxter. I appreciate you. I'd like to toast to those who made it, and to those who didn't, to those who fell, and to those who got us where we are today. Let us drink. Try to get in the camera. He swigs the whole thing down again.
A much more cautious sip from you this time. Nice. Thank you, Baxter. Thank you. That was eloquently put. And I was not aware that this is your favorite dish, but, well, how could it not be? Now, let's see. Let's turn to another old hand, a familiar face to those. Well, as they say, if you know, you know. Aiden Adair, the one and only.
Aiden Adair is a slighter person. It's probably only like 5'7", 5'8", slim of shoulder, and he is in like a very tight black turtleneck beneath a blazer. Like a lot of people who have exited politics, he has entered or tried to enter media, and is failing to be a radio personality, I think. And he is drinking some kind of Amaro or aperitif, and has on his plate the roast meats that Baxter mentioned, a little bit of the fish, but also there are these roasts, squash dishes and roast, and to go with the what spread did you mention was there? Eggplant spread, I think you said.
Yeah, eggplant dip and other kinds of dips.
There's other there's olives and pita and chips and things like that. And he gets up, clears his throat, adjusts his circular gold rim glasses. He has a scar around his neck that is being covered by the turtleneck, because I think he actually was attempted to be hanged before being saved by the revolution. And he's got a little bit of a rasp in his voice, and he says, "It means so much to me to be able to gather with friends, old and new, and friends that, let's be honest, we don't make enough time to see anymore. We don't make enough time to see as often as we should. I would like to propose a toast to the hatchets that we carry, to the hatchets that we ought to bury, and to the dirt that we bury them in."
Picking up on that, there's a tradition in Finland that adults, especially adult men, they have little knives that they carry with them, and some other cultures have that sort of thing. Do you think it's interesting if adults in our culture are expected to have like a little ceremonial hatchet. Maybe it could even be like a tie lapel or something, like not even a real thing anymore.
I think that maybe it's a thing on the lapel. I think that maybe it is. I like the idea of it. I like the idea of it being, because I like the idea of it being like not a hatchet can only be so small, right?
Yeah.
I like the idea of it actually being not something that people have on their person, but maybe something that people are expected to have hung above their door.
Yeah, like that.
Maybe we have a strong like forestry culture, and you were expected to leave your hatchet or axe at the door in a specific place in a specific order, so everyone knew whose hatchet was who, and that just sort of ended up permeating our culture as we went on and became like a thing where you put your hatchet by the door, like you said, hanging above the door, and we kind of pay sort of like homage to that sort of part of our culture.
Yeah, I think Baxter's hatchet is above the door.
Yeah, I was going to say that, like, maybe building on that, because it's a formal location and a very important one. Do you think it's interesting if you guys all brought your hatchets and we left it all of them together in the same place of honor, maybe at the end of the table? And we don't have to focus on that yet, but maybe they're there. That would be interesting.
Well, maybe that was one of the weapons of the revolution early on, right? We took up our hatchets and we went to war, and that's all we had at the time, at the beginning.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I like this, and of course, this was all a sidebar because the opportunity came up, but we still have our youngest character as well to kind of like introduce. So I think, thanking Aiden and kind of like noting I think the eyes linger on the neck scar a little bit, and then say, turning to Mish and saying, and on the
Mish is a bit shorter than you'd expect for a young man his age, very wiry, and he's put he has a very nice coat, or at least it used to be a very nice coat until it was repaired again and again and again. And he's currently wearing the uniform of a postman, which is his day job, and he didn't have time to change out of it before he hurried over here. He raises his glass and he says, "My toast is much simpler. My toast is to the ends of this revolution, which is fresh bread. It takes a long swig of it.
To fresh bread."
Yeah. And then I think I drain my glass, and then I get a pick from again. Nice. You're a postal worker. That's good that you have that day job, right? That's really interesting. So I think, so we've had the introductions, and now it's basically free play for the end of this phase, which is 37 minutes, 37. I'm bad at math. Anyway, for a while. So I think. I think I'm going to start helping people to the food. And sorry, Kit, what did you say Mikhail's favorite dish was?
So it's a preparation of raw fish, sort of prepared in citrus and herbs.
Okay, so it's ceviche.
Basically, yeah.
With the serial numbers filed off.
More or less.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to help you do double helpings of that, and my hand quivers a little bit, and I say, my man is away today, of course, going to the central plaza. Hardly can be denied, but I hope you don't mind my hand being perhaps a little more generous than his might be. I say, I'm gonna give you a bit more.
You have nerves, Baxter.
Yeah, kind of like sitting down and Aiden, would you also love to sample the fish?
I show my plate. I think that the roast meat is covering your view of Aiden's plate. He's already sampled some of the fish, but he says, "I've finished my amaro, though, and I'd love to have some of your absinthe, if that is okay with you."
Yeah, I think I let the spoon kind of fall, and maybe a little bit of fish kind of like scatters a little bit around the table, and then I kind of like pour you some more of the absinthe and say, "There's plenty more of this stuff. There's rather a lot. Do you know that the youngsters, they apparently consumption has been falling. I got this for rather cheap.
It's I don't know whether to call it a shame or a privilege to be an old drinker in a land with new drinks.
Mm. Yeah, nodding along.
It's more than out of favor.
Yeah. So,
Well, my friend's joke is the drink our grandmothers used to drink.
Yes, it's the drink that so many people who aren't with us anymore used to drink. I think it reminds people of the war, honestly.
A change is the only constant, but the only other constant is going back and unchanging things.
Yeah.
Going back to perceived simpler times.
Yeah. Mish, then I suppose you wouldn't want a top up of your glass, or would you prefer something like beer?
No, I personally quite like the flavor.
Excellent. Excellent, I see. I think
I can see why you were invited.
Yeah.
Jakes.
Yeah. No. Not only for the young man's discerning taste, but also he's rather gifted as an actor. I'm planning. So sorry for monopolizing the conversation with my career and so on, but I want you all to know that I'm working on a new treatment, as we call it, a new film project. Yes, there shall be a Baxter Fontescue Snake film again for the first time in 7 years now. There shall be. If I can, of course, convince Mish to star in it. So, Mish, I am telling you my secret agenda for the evening, which shall be to win you over with my charms, and more than that, with the excellence of this script. And they all know, they've seen the work of Baxter Fontescue Snake. They're more than familiar with it. And perhaps, my friends, you can also aid me in persuading this young man. Do not be fooled by his attire. That is the actor of the age sitting across from me.
I put one big meaty paw on. I imagine Mish is sitting right next to me, and I put one big meaty paw on Mish's shoulder, and I say, "Baxter, you recognize that you would be blessed to have my nephew in your film, and I can tell by the look on your face that you want this to happen." And well, Mish, I've known Baxter for a long time. I think you're in good hands.
Certainly, Baxter. I've heard from all of the people who were alive to see your plays that your greatest talent is as a director. But the more I hear you speak, the more I start to wonder if it's flattery. I don't believe that I'm quite as good of an actor as you say.
Well, we should have to let the performance speak for itself when the time comes, but flattery is one of my many talents. I have more. I have several. I do have several. I am not so humble a man to deny it, but
self-flattery is among them for sure.
Or is perhaps flattery the key to being a good director? Well, regardless, I will look over the script.
You do have to coax some of those performances out, such as, for example, I think briefly I turned to Aiden and I was about to open my mouth to say something, and then I kind of like changed the subject, and you can tell that I was going to bring up a certain someone who's not with us anymore. But something stops me, and I say, yes.
I think Aiden sees your hesitation and then turns to Mish and says, speaking of self-flattery, you don't do yourself any favors in not sharing with us why this man believes that you're such a talent. Tell us about some of the plays that you've been in. I think that over the table, I think that there's like probably a bunch of plays that are like based on folk tales that are sort of like cultural standbys, maybe, of the culture that we're in. Thinking to what Kit has established, that like our culture revolves around forestry to such a degree that we all carry like hatchets ceremonially to high-end events. It might be possible that there's like a whole bunch of like fairy tales that take place in the forest that have been made into plays. I wonder, I just because I don't want to be like, what have you been in? And then just completely like drop an improv bomb on you of like, name a play.
Mikhail's like 10 drinks in right now, and he interrupts me. He just says, "Oh, he was on the stage a year ago."
Well, that guy's machine gunning drinks then.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I think he is like 5 before he even got here, and he just drank 5 more. He looks puts a meaty paw on Mish's shoulder and like rubs it a little bit. And says, "I saw a play that I want to say it changed my life, but that might be a bit dramatic."
Well,
But
it certainly didn't change your memory because we don't know the name of the play still.
I'm
What was the
getting to
name?
it, and you always interrupt me when I'm
It
talking.
was, the play was The Green Bridge.
Yes, yes. And you
From
played
the great poet himself.
you played the lead. You played that Forester man. I
I
forgot what his
did.
name was.
It was a small venue, and the man on the lights was well, I think it would have been better if he hadn't been there at all. But besides that, I think overall the production was decent.
The green bridge, is that the one with the troll, or is that the one with the stand against the army at 100-to-1 odds, but the lone forester wins out? Which one is the green bridge?
The second one, of course.
As a military play.
The new one. The one by Carloni. That he took the old story and made it an allegory for the old one, I think.
I was going to mention that in fact both of those stories are called the Green Bridge.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but of course, Mish was in the military one, which may well be why his uncle favors it so much. But it was very good.
Perhaps I think the other play that I put on in the spring was much better.
Oh, tell us about that one.
Well, it was a newer one written by a friend of mine, which told the story of the war.
I didn't like it as
The Great
much.
War. So.
You were a great nephew, but I didn't like it. It was too preachy.
I have to keep reminding myself that it's been 7 entire years. I always, whenever somebody tells me something about the war is coming out, I always think, didn't that just happen? And the years they go by so fast. The war was only 4 years long, and it's almost been 2 of those since the war ended.
Long enough for them to forget what really happened there.
Long enough for them to forget what we drank there. He takes another sip of the absinthe.
Mm-hmm. Immediately, your glass is topped up again. Sorry, Renzo, you were saying?
Said, or maybe we're the only ones who really remember.
Oh.
I'd rather forget. I don't blame them, to be honest.
Tonight is evidence to the contrary. Everybody at that Republic Hotel is, I'm sure, toasting to the revolution. They might have a rather rosy reminiscence of it, but they're still remembering it in their own way.
But yes, they are remembering it in their own way, and it's not just the question of rosiness, Aiden. Again, you may think that I'm kind of like building up my own importance here, but it is so essential.
You, Baxter, never.
Thank you, Mikhail. No, what I was saying is that it is imperative that we continue to remind people about the facts of the revolution, and not just the bare facts that they read in the history books, which of course is only a disputation, a version of what really happened, and minimizes certain key characters that I would say perhaps some key characters who are at this table, and perhaps shows, I think, the how little the official memory that that the children were taught in school, how little they relate to the reality that we faced. But more than that, you can read a history book, but you were not there, and the only way to recapture the feeling, the danger, the sorrows. Yes, there was plenty of sorrows, but so much also the thrill, the feeling of finally seeing the city's flag as the nation's flag and fluttering over the former mayoral palace. You remember that day, and the only way to make people feel the revolution again is through art. And I say that I'm building
I
up my
knew
own
you were angling to something, Baxter.
Yes, it certainly will not surprise you what the premise of the upcoming treatment is. It is called, I'm workshopping certain ideas, but I'm feeling that this one can be called the Midnight Flag. Because of course, well, what are we all drinking down to? What shall be happening at midnight? That is the anniversary of the moment. In fact, it was at 11:47 p.m., but we need not think through those things. In the films, it shall be midnight.
I wasn't checking my watch at the time.
I was there when they raised that flag.
We were both there when they raised that flag.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the revolutionary government hasn't changed time itself to make that midnight. The sort of thing they were doing.
I think if you can tell me, my friends, Mikhail and Aiden, but as far as I remember, the big part of the issue is really the two people who ran the clock up. One's watch said 11:47, the other said 11:52.
11:47, 11:52, 5 minutes difference. I couldn't care less. But what I remember is that the town square had a clock tower, and of course nobody could tell time by it because it hadn't been serviced in 2.5 years, and was nearly a death trap. One of the minute hand had fallen off and was strewn in the square. So in terms of times, I remember that clock face, and the hour hand was fittingly enough at midnight or noon, whenever it broke. I wouldn't know.
You give me an idea for an alternate title, The Hour Hand.
You can have that one for free.
The next one will cost you, Baxter, is what he's saying.
Well,
just a joke. Just a joke. But I would not mind being hired as a consultant on the project. We're friend rate.
You anticipate another little scheme that I have brought you all here to discuss. Out of character, you said that you're now working as an academic, right?
I switched it before we started this phase. He is he's an academic, maybe he's unemployed and trying to. I think he's in the media. I think that he's just not very, very big in the media. Maybe he's a radio personality, if that's time appropriate.
Yeah, I think so. Like you're building a career of your reminiscences and your kind of like role in the war, right?
Yeah,
like maybe you've got maybe a book or out as well, maybe.
I think for sure a book. He's trying to stay relevant and make that his main export that keeps him living the way he's used to living.
Yes. Okay. So then back to character. I think Aiden says, indeed, yes, a historical consultant and one who was there not just when the flag went up, who did not just see the broken clock hand lying there on the ground, but someone who was there inside the palace, in the very room where, in the
revolution
bedroom.
started. Yeah.
I speak, of course, of the emperor as well.
Mm. Yes. Him. Who do you think you'll have to play the emperor? If you could pick anyone.
Well, he was rather
Will
a
it be
young
Nick?
man. He was rather a young man, wasn't he?
He was younger than me, and I feel like I was a very young man back then.
We're still thinking it through. I know that I want Mish to be a lead in a starring role. Now, which character he shall play is still somewhat down to his personal preferences. But I think if we were to tell the story, centralizing the emperor as an anti-hero, as a villain who is then caught and his reign of terror ended by the Revolutionary Guards, and characters who, if you are willing to agree to this, to sign the contracts, characters based on, very strongly on you, and I pointed the two of you, finally dying at his hands. I think such a thing could very well launch Mish's career in the best possible way in cinema. Now, Mish, you may not want to be the man known for playing the young emperor, the tyrant. So in which case, perhaps your uncle may be very interested in seeing you play him, for example, or Aiden.
The family resemblance is there for him to play Mikhail. How do you feel about stabbing a man through the chest in his bedroom?
That's what happened.
So I've heard many times in all the pubs in town, and in many songs and poems beside. I could, of course, play the Emperor. I would agree with you that it is the starring role, though I have a tendency myself to play the military man, since some people find it difficult to see the difference between the actor and the role.
In which case, I can't think of anything more interesting, more subversive, more of a provocation than Mikhail playing the Emperor. We can perhaps use some movie magic, some makeup, and the camera is very flattering to remove some of those lines.
Plain the Emperor.
Play the man you killed. But I wonder.
Baxter. I don't know how I feel about it.
We can think. These are just ideas. This is just still the ideation phase.
The man whose blood I had on my hands.
And
I killed many men during that war, but he was the most personal.
You might need more than a little bit of movie magic to erase all of the years that separate us from how old the Emperor was at the time. He was much closer to Mish's age than back then.
But potentially, to see, we know the truth. We know that despite his appearances and so on, that was a black-hearted man who had an ancient heart of a tyrant. It may well be to cast someone as Mish, a handsome young man full of charisma in that role. I'm convincing myself against my own idea here, you see. May well give the wrong message and make the Emperor a figure of undue sympathy. Whereas, yes, he was far younger than Mikhail is now, or had been at the time. But Mikhail perhaps may well play better the truth of the Emperor's heart rather than his more youthful face, if you follow my idea.
Yes, make him big, imposing, scary. Make him look strong, imposing, wicked, and let him
Or
be
cast
defeated
only,
by the revolution.
or avoid the human actor entirely and cast a skeleton or a scarecrow, since we all know that the Empire was on its way out anyway.
Mm.
It was only a dead man walking.
I like that idea, although I do want to avoid the comedy of that imagery. The Emperor
Yes.
holding forth, giving his tirades at the head of an army, at the side of the gallows, as a scarecrow might be a little bit too much levity.
I think like Baxter's eyes kind of widened very briefly when Mish came up with this idea, and he was like, "Holy shit, that's good," you know. And there was a little bit of like feeling threatened in his gaze as he saw like the actor also like come up with this beautiful idea. So as soon as Aiden kind of like shoots it down, he kind of nods along and yes. Symbolism is all well and good, but the symbolism must be made, must have a single possible interpretation.
I feel that symbolism is the only value in cinema, though. If you really want the heart of the matter, if you really want to convey emotions, then is the stage not the better form?
You should cast somebody and you should give them glasses, and the glasses should have lenses that are coated with gold leaf, blinded by money. That's how I would characterize the Empire.
See, you forget that the cameras of today are still stuck in black and white.
Yeah, that is. Well, we put coins in his eyes, like you put on the eyes of the dead.
I don't know. I don't know much about film. What I know is that symbolism is for critics. The common folk, they want visceral. They want catharsis. They want to see a man die on screen and feel it.
Yes, and we shall give it to them. There's new technologies being done, interesting things that you can do by pressing a button and the blood spurts out everywhere. And it looks incredible, even though without any color. And I was going to say that, Aiden, I quite like your idea. And yes, Mish, we cannot show the color, but this is where the director comes in. There's lots happening behind the camera that those who are only seeing the films, they don't see. So many times what you're seeing as gold is merely not even silver, but steel painted over to shine bright under the cameras. And such things on the eyes, I think, a dazzling view, like, and blinding, and the person behind those eyes blinded to the truth. Yes, I quite like this. Aiden. I quite like this. You can already consider it a done deal, at least from my part, that you shall be my consultant for this film. And Mikhail, there's always, of course, also room for you, because I do not know how things are going well for you at the moment.
Well, my thoughts are still with the men I lost. Honestly, I hope that you'll have a place for them in your film, to honor them, to show their bravery, to show what they sacrificed, to show what they gave up, and to show future generations that, well, both sides of the coin, right? If you oppress, you'll be destroyed. If you're being oppressed, you can be free.
Well said.
Speaking of other sides of the same coin, I remember Mikhail remembers his fellow men. I remember my fellow senators, the ones who turned on me, and I hope that you will not share them a single shred of sentimentality or respect in the telling. Show them for the snakes that they were.
You were once a snake yourself, Aiden, but I'm glad you saw the error of your ways. And yes,
Even a snake can turn over new scales.
yes, I want to see those bastards burn too.
Indeed. And speaking of snakes, Baxter Fontesco snake. This shall be. I have long spoken against my resolution against it, but this shall be my first film with sound. Yes, I'm willing to embrace the new technologies. I am not stuck in the past, even though I wish to go back to I think the technology really has caught up to the moment where we can hear the chimes at midnight, and that is why we have to do it. No, for no other reason. We cannot have a film about that moment at midnight without the clock tower chiming. We must have that sound.
Which, of course, had to be done by
Will this
hand
be the
since
first?
the machine was broken.
It's those little details that I need to have you. You must be there. In fact,
you flatter me.
Of course, I flatter you.
I will take the job and the money, but you flatter me, and I like it, and I wish for it to continue.
Then certainly shall. Mish, I believe you were saying something.
Baxter, will this be the first film produced in our great country with sound? I have not heard of this film with sound. Or as I've said many times, I think that sound is the core of the performance. If you cannot hear the actor's voice, then it's hardly worth it.
There have been certain attempts. There have been a few attempts. There was, for example, Bartholomew Solomon's attempt a few years ago. But the fact that you have...
Didn't 3 people go deaf in the theater, though? It was a disaster.
Yes. As I understood it, the way they had to do it in the end was that the technology, the speaker system did not entirely work out in the way that they intended, and they had to bring in a live band to compensate for it. And at that point, you might as well just do it in silent and have, as it were, a little piano in the corner. But I was not there. I refused to grace the premiere with my presence, with Baxter Fontescu Snake's presence, and this is all hearsay. Yes, this shall be the first proper, full sound production, worthy of the name, I think, of cinema.
And then I would be honored to take part.
You'd be foolish not to. Anything that Baxter's putting his name on is sure to be long remembered in the eye of the public and in the eye of the Republic.
Well, now you flatter me, because you know very well that I have not been working for a while because of, well, the people have not been very kind to me in the last few years. I've not made a film in 7 years, as you know. And perhaps it was the war, I think. People just were not in the mood for the emotions that I wish to portray in those romantic films.
Well, you're in good hands, unless Mikhail, unless I'm mistaken, Misha is the only one of us who is actually gainfully employed.
So it is, yes. Well, there's not much room for an old war dog in a peace government.
And it's been a while since I wrote a book or starred in a radio play.
Baxter, I think I wish I had been able to correct you 7 years ago, but I think you are sorely mistaken on account of the romance. I spend all my nights in the playhouses and the poetry readings, and those are again and again the things that rally the crowd the most.
Then why not in the film theater? Why did they avoid those productions, do you think?
Because no one has any money, Baxter.
I still think it has to do with the sound, the voice itself.
Yes, it's true that they But the fad had already begun at the time, and at that time it was a fad. It was not the new thing. It was not perfected. It was just a little flourish, a gimmick. But people seem to rally to it. I do not know why. It always felt like at that stage the technology just made it worse.
Well, when it first came out, tickets were 5 crit, and now they're 13. That's the problem. I'm telling you. No one can afford it.
The same has happened to the price of bread.
Yes.
I'd say it hardly has to do with the theater itself.
Yes, things have gotten expensive.
Perhaps you can shed some light on this, Mikhail. But there were rumors at the time, I think, also that the cinema theaters were being particularly watched for the secret police watching for who goes to see.
Well, yes.
Yes.
No, yes. Well, so there were some holdouts from the Empire, and they were sneaking in provocative films that were counter-revolutionary, and they were trying to basically discredit the revolution. They had to be dealt with.
But not in respectable theaters.
No, of course not. But
well, that's the only kind of theater that my films were being shown at.
There's no license to run a theater in this country, so anybody can throw up a screen, and if they can get their hands on a projector, they can do whatever they want.
Freedom is something we prize, but we have to be careful about what people are willing or are being exposed to, the sort of art. And that's so important. Who knows what the young people are getting to see these days? I've seen some of the art being produced by the government, revolutionary art, and heart's in the right places, no doubt, but so shockingly bad, so lacking in intellectual fiber and critical reflection.
Well, they were made by committee. I think that it's clear to anybody who sees them that there's no one visionary behind those projects. We've, in the last 7 years, we've traded our bayonets for bureaucrats, and we have a lot of red tape behind anything that the Revolutionary Council puts out, including the art.
It's faffery that doesn't show the true horrors of war. It's faffery that says, this is easy, and we won. Now look at us. But we'll forget in a generation how hard it was. Look at Soft.
I'm afraid that we won't forget, or rather, I'm afraid that we'll be reminded, because we are still a small fish in a very large pond in a part of the world that's been through a lot of destabilizing. And anybody at any time could see us as an opportunity for them to swoop in and make their own.
And of course, who cares much for whatever it is that the government puts out? I say that in the music halls, in the play halls, and in those dingy, smoke-filled rooms with 3 or 4 or 5 people, I often hear some quite amazing performances, some very moving works. Though, of course, for every nugget of gold, there are 10 hardly worth listening to.
Aiden raises a glass and says, cheers to the post-revolutionary artists, the people who are growing up now in a time completely post-revolution and doing their own thing. Each of those nuggets of gold is worth however many nuggets of some such other material.
I will add to your toast and drink to artists who are postmen.
Artists who are post what?
Postmen.
Postmen, in addition to being post-revolutionary.
I thank you. You both flatter me, of course, but to your point, Aiden, I would like to emphasize that these post-revolutionary artists, and every one of them, even if they talk about the flowering fields, they really are only talking about the war.
So it is still on everybody's minds, even the young.
our
For
timer
some,
has
it is only on our minds, but it is the fiber of who we are.
Nice. Okay, I think on that thought, the timer has ended. So we're ready to move to the next part of it. Shall we have a very short break and then resume?
Sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
See you in a couple minutes, I guess.
We'll be back in just a few minutes to keep on playing Midnight in a Perfect World.
Thanks, Tony.
And we are back to keep on playing Midnight in a Perfect World.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. All right, so we had the first phase. Now we're going to go to the second phase, which is called 2 hours to midnight. So in this phase, again, I'm going to describe it and then we go into it. We're going to start talking about the ghosts. I'm going to initiate. I'm going to pick one of the ghosts with whom I've had a relationship, right? So we got Liam and we got Mayu. Liam was my rival as director and also was Kit's childhood, Mikhail's childhood best friend, and also relationship to Mayu, my former star actress, who is also Aiden's mom. So that's really interesting. So I'll pick either one of these and we're going to have like a little reminiscence. Let's see. We're going to talk about like, remember the time that, they did this or that, so that sort of thing. So I'm going to use one of the arcana. In fact, let's already flip that arcana to get a sense of what that might be about. This is going to guide the reminiscence. Okay, the world. Isn't that nice? And this is going to also be relevant for everyone because you're also going to be going around the table as, on your turns or how, not in any sort of formal way, but you can start talking about the ghosts and you're going to also share reminiscences. And you're encouraged at this stage to look to the world for some sort of thematic guidance in like what these stories and memories might be about. At this stage, like we're kind of like also encouraged to slowly ratchet up the tension. We've been having like a pretty nice dinner party and we don't have to like, start like going at each other and so on, but like now is the time where things are allowed to be a bit more heated or it might even be encouraged. So the emotions will start to boil up at this stage. Yeah, I think we can have at it. I'm going to set the timer and we're going to play again for 50-ish minutes, let's say 50, and then that'll be the end of the phase, even though it should normally be an hour. So let's go. All right. Just as a reminder, Renzo, what was the last thing that Mish said, like that closing thought?
It was that to call them post-revolutionary artists is wrong. In the sense that all of the young artists are born of the revolution.
That's true, and not necessarily only the young artists. I suppose it depends on how you think about it in terms of young. Aiden, did you think of your mother as being young when she made the thief comes in the morning?
Oh, Mayu, mom, she was young at heart always, her entire life. She never took anything seriously. Even though I begged her to, she never took anything seriously right up until the day that she died. So in that sense, yes, I would say that she was young. But the thief comes in the morning. I was solidly in college when she acted in that. I remember it getting good reviews and people praised her performance.
I love that film. They screened it. We were on base and they brought a projector out. They put it on a random wall, and I swear there was not a dry eye in the crowd. And these are military men, every one of them.
I'm sure that they were all very happy. A lot of the reviewers praised mom's good looks. And I didn't know, Mikhail, that you were already in the military at that time.
Oh yes, yes.
Well, I don't think that she was. The answer to your question, Baxter, is she was not as young as she led you on to believe, which was always true about her.
Yes,
I've
and
never had the film myself. What is it about?
Oh, it is really a classic. But no, I didn't. You say it all.
The Thief That Comes in the Morning is a love story, and it's a
tragic
love
one.
story from way back. It's a myth that's been retold, and this was a modern retelling. So it was set, you know, 50 years ago, and it's a story of a young shopkeeper's daughter. That's who my mom played, and her relationship, book shopkeeper, her relationship with a thief who comes in the morning, stealing books, trying to teach himself to be suppose a better person at the end of the film, but it doesn't quite go the way that you would hope. They fall in love, but they fall in love, they grow up, years pass, decades. Without spoiling it, I'll say it is very much up to the viewer's interpretation whether or not he actually learns to become a good person in the end.
Carlos Saran, who played the thief, Mish. If you want a masterclass, this was a silent film, obviously. If you want a masterclass in how to portray emotion, that's it. The Thief in the Morning is it. His facial expression at the end, and I won't ruin it for you, that's what brought us all to tears. One facial expression, of course, building on all of the story, had a whole camp of military men just tearing up. It's one of the most beautiful films, in my opinion, of all time. And again, I don't know anything about movies or films or anything like that, and it really impressed on me. Your mother she was something, Aiden.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mayu Adair, indeed. And this is, I have no problem admitting this, that was Liam Summerhouse's best work. And as soon as I saw it, and I saw, yes, of course, Carlos Saran, everyone knew him. He was the man at the time. Every boy wanted to be him, and many of the girls too. And all the women wanted him, all the men too. You know how it is. But Mayu Adair, that was a revelation. That was Liam Summerhouse's true contribution to cinema. Not this film, but Mayu Adair discovering her.
She'd been in plays. She'd been in many plays, but had never had any kind of you would not call any of the things that she had been in a success, although she loved to be in them. She was truly an artist. She had no thought of marketing herself or finding an agent or having any sort of business sense. She was not good with money. She was just in love with the trade.
Yeah, neither was Liam, and that's why he never realistically gained any significant success early on, anyways. At least when they were working together. But Liam showed me many of those films that they made, and they were at least interesting, even the worst of them.
I always considered him the second director, even back when we were merely a little city, as part of the greater empire. I considered him the second director of the city. And you must say that if you consider someone to be the second best at what you do and you yourself the very best, it behooves you to think very highly of the other person.
Wow.
Liam Summerhouse. Have you seen his films? Any other? I know you have not seen The Thief Comes in the Morning, Mish, but have you seen any of his other works?
I hope not to offend, but I'm not much of a man of film, as it were.
Sometimes it does take an outsider to really transform a body of art. It seems very much to be the case that. Aiden, do you think it would be going too far to say that there's something of your mother in Mish? From the theater, newcomer to the film.
She would love that you're saying that. She would love that you're saying that. I think that what she brought to the stage was, and Mish, I don't know how you feel, but it is not a slight or anything to say that your acting resembles the acting of this woman you've never probably seen. She had a fire that anybody would want to say that they emulate. So I have never seen you on the stage, Mish, but just from the short time that I've spent with you tonight, I feel like, yes, Baxter, there is something of her in him.
And Mayu started on the stage too.
Of course.
She moved away very quickly into the films, but she started on the stage too.
I only know of Mayu through a friend of mine. Ksenia spoke often of Mayu.
How do you know Ksenia? I also know a Ksenia. Is this the same Ksenia, the bartender?
Wow. Sure. The bartender was the way she made her money.
The one at what is now the Republic, the Republic Hotel.
Yes, yes. I will say though that Ksenia,
when she was working there.
Say again?
The name of the tavern, it was the Brazen Fox when she was working there.
Brazen Fox, yes, it was.
That is so interesting. I
didn't know that you knew her. I thought it might surprise you to learn that Ksenia always thought that your mother was better on the stage than she was on the silver screen.
I don't want to offend Baxter, but I maybe it's just because of the nostalgia of my youth, but I do agree with that sentiment. Although nobody can argue that nobody can say that she was not fantastic in all of your films, Baxter.
Certainly. Look, Ksenia, of course, she was a poet at heart. That was her favorite medium.
I didn't know that. I only knew of her stage work through Liam, who told me about it early on.
Oh, Ksenia was a poet.
Ksenia, the
bartender. Oh, they said Mayu was a poet. Sorry, I've had a whole bottle of this stuff to myself for a while, Baxter. You know to watch me.
I'd give you another bottle. That's what I'm watching.
You wonderful bastard.
You will regret that by the end of the night. I foresee this.
And you know I can hold my liquor.
And more. You can hold your liquor and every other man's liquor in the room as well.
It's true.
Speaking of that, before he takes it all, do you mind if topping me off?
I'll top you off, yeah.
Mm-hmm. They do say that
top you off.
On the anniversary day, the world restarts anew. So don't think about tomorrow. Mikhail, don't think about tomorrow. We only
I don't
have
get hangovers. I'm not worried about tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think I'd drink like this if I was worried about tomorrow, Baxter?
Yeah, I think we all give you a look saying that we all know that's not true. I've also taken the liberty, by the way, of adding some surnames for at least, I guess if you're okay with Mayu having your last name, Aiden. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you want to do the same for Ksenia, Sasha, just put them in the chat and I'll edit just a point of order. But yeah, I think as we see Mikhail kind of like a top of Aiden's class, I think I kind of like take some of the injera bread and kind of like put the eggplant in my mouth and I say, once Mayu's career really took off and she went from a theater actor to a true film star, and I will take credit for that. Liam Summerhouse discovered her, but I built Mayu Adair, the star. Mayu, as everyone knew her. She traveled the world so often, and Aiden, I know that you were not always able to go with her, but I know that you tried as much as possible, and she was insatiable about cuisine, always loving as much of the world. And I
Could not boil water. Could not boil water, but if you dropped a pin on a globe, she could tell you every cafe and eatery worth going to within a 10-mile radius of that pin. But no, I was not able to. Her career truly took off just as I was leaving the home for college and when I was into my postgraduate. So I was tied to school while she was out gallivanting and seeing the world.
But do you remember that I actually went to the little flat that the two of you had? Because as you were saying, she didn't have an agent. I had to track her down. I had to come to your house, and I saw you.
It was the first time that we met.
Yeah, you were just a boy at the time.
First time that we met, yes.
If I may say so.
Yeah.
Yes. And then that boy I saw would go on to be there.
Great things. Great and not so great things, but
yes.
If I may interrupt, and I think during this time, Mish has been mixing a drink, sort of in the background. I'm assuming there's a bar on some countertop, and has gone over and mixed a drink. And we'll go over to Aiden and say, in honor of our old friend, we did not know that we shared until today, and I will hand you Ksenia's special, made precisely the way that she will make it. I don't know if
over the table is the name of the drink the Ksenia special, or is there another name for the drink?
No, I think it's the drink that she loved the most.
Gotcha.
And that she made it in some special way. You tell me what it is.
I think there's an easy name that's very generic, owing to the hatchets that are at the foot of the table right now. I think that the drink that she made is just called the Axe. If it sounds right to you, it's probably like very citrus and spirit forward and strong.
Every bartender in our city, especially, but in our nation, has their own version of the axe. There's like themes and basic like components, and then like every bartender's like, "Oh, this is my axe. This is my axe." Yeah. And Ksenia's was well regarded as one of the better ones.
Yeah, it's like a Lorenzo. Do you think that maybe it's like a martini, like almost completely like just the main characteristic liquor, but like with a strong citrus or like aromatic thing on top,
or like a Negroni, perhaps,
or that, yeah.
And I'll hand it to you, and then clink the glasses and take a small sip.
Is this her? You knew her so well. You can make her drink. I'm useless. I'm useless at the bar, but this takes me back so much. Thank you, truly. Thank you.
Nephew, I'd like to try this drink when you get a second, as long as you're up, you know.
Yeah, have you this drink. Have him make you this drink. I would share, except that is a lie. I will not be sharing this one.
I'll hand mine.
Add a little bit more of the vermouth for Mikhail. As you may not know this, but in the military they call the axe the skull splitter, and they like it hard.
Or the sharpener. Sometimes.
And Baxter, how do you like your drink?
I have not had the Ksenia. I've heard of her, but I never managed to make it to the, what was it called? The Brazen Fox. Make it as it was, and we shall drink to her and remember her.
Okay.
Tell me about this person who was so close to you.
Even though she was very young, she was savvy. So even shortly before the war and shortly before the revolution, I would go to the Brazen Fox because the Brazen Fox was owned by somebody who was high up in the government, another senator. And I always felt like I could tell her whatever it was that I needed to get off my chest. To tell you the truth, Mish, that woman is was like a steel trap. She could keep any secret. I told her my first secret by accident because I was quite drunk on axes.
Been there.
And I thought that I had really strung myself up, but nothing happened. And I know that if she had told anybody, if the word had gotten out in any way, large or small, it would have been my head. So, of course, at some point in time, I spoke to somebody else who was less discreet, and it nearly was my head, but never her. And I went back to her many times and was able to lift the weight that was on my shoulders a little bit.
If I may ask,
was very different. Go ahead.
I must ask, and perhaps it's the alcohol, but was Xenia unable to be there for you when you had to speak the secret to a less worthy ear?
No, I actually don't know the story. I know that she passed, but I actually don't know how. But that was not the case. Xenia was not somebody who could do favors for me the way that I needed to when I began to turn my scales, as it were, and work more for the revolution. And I believed I was speaking to somebody who was also turning over their scales, and I was not. I was just speaking to a snake.
Myself and Cassandra would often spend many nights on the rooftop of the hotel we now call the Republic, looking out over the city. That was how I knew her best, lit softly from below by the many lights of the city. And well, I can speak to how she died. It was at the very end of the war. What they don't tell you, what many people don't know, though I suppose Mikhail might, is that the shrapnel of a hand grenade can travel up to 1.5 miles. It was exceptionally unlucky. Sometimes you're just unlucky.
I take the drink that Misha's been preparing and take a sip. So I know this. I know this drink. No one uses orange bitters in an axe except for one person I've known. What does she look like?
Cassandra?
Yes.
She was very young at the time of the war. Her father owned the hotel, and so she started tending the bar there long before she was supposed to be able to drink. And she had brown hair, kept short,
freckles,
blue eyes.
Tall for her age, but still 5'4".
Bright blue eyes.
Very bright. 4 years my senior.
There was an informant. She brought down the Senate. She went by the name Lupe. I knew that she was a servant or some kind of. She always had food for us. Always had drinks for us when we would meet, and I never understood why. Well, it's because she had access.
Well, if I'll tell you one thing about Ksenia, she probably knew more secrets in the city than anyone else.
And she was good at keeping them, of course, unless it served the revolution, I suppose.
An astonishing story to have revealed here at my house.
That is
I-
one for your film, Baxter.
You have to excuse me. I have to go write this down because I may not remember tomorrow. Kind of scare you away, I guess.
It does surprise me about Ksenia. I, of course, believe the part about her keeping secrets very well, but to me, she always seemed like somebody who, as Mish describes, was somebody who wanted to indulge in those kinds of fanciful things that only young people do, getting up on the roof, staring up at the sky at night. And I always thought of it as a almost out of character for her to sternly and solemnly take in the secrets that I was telling her. But that is the nature of a spy, is to be convincing.
She wore the mask well, but she was complicated. Because she was very genuine.
Hmm.
Well, people can be complicated and people can be both things. People can be genuine and then lie when they need to. No one has to be one thing, Aiden.
It's true.
He's the son of an actor. He knows this well.
She told me many secrets about things that were going on in the city, though. I suspect that many of them were, at the time, I suspected that most of them were lies. I wonder now how many of them were true.
Maybe she was telling you them to keep you safe when I couldn't.
Possibly.
I have made a note of this revelation, and I will be following up with all of you on this person. Perhaps there's 2 films that could be done, or it's still all inchoate, but
Knowing you, Baxter, there will be 10 films.
But Mikhail, is this still a state secret? Is it something that can be outed?
She's dead, right?
But
Put it bluntly, there's no risk of her identity being outed. I'm not going to tell you the secrets that she told, some of which are still relevant today, but
Because the death of the emperor, that is known, of course. It's being distorted, and the true emotionality of that moment, it's being lost in public memory, but it is still known. But this would be a revelation, a true revelation. No one knows the contributions of this woman, and someone that so many people would remember having served them drinks and listened to them with a sympathetic ear. This, Aiden, I wish Mayu was still here. This would be perfect for her. Can you not see it?
Okay. I flattery for my mother can only go so far. She's far too old to play Ksenia. Just is, and doesn't have the right hair color or eye color. But I'm perhaps being a stickler for the details. Of course, I wish that my mother were here. That at least I do agree with you on. She would be so happy. She would be so happy to see where the Republic is.
It
I will
was.
say that to be remembered is also a burden. I wonder if Ksenia, who spent so much of her life in the dark, would rather be forgotten. Not all stories have to be told.
To be remembered is a burden, but it's a burden that I shoulder zealously.
Yes, but you chose to be a senator, and I chose to be an actor.
I zealously shoulder the burden of remembering my mother and Ksenia.
Ah, certainly. But to thrust someone in the public eye after they're dead to be
Quite true.
just
Quite true.
go
I
to.
see.
But she does belong. She does belong to the nation, Mish.
No, I don't think that's true.
Doesn't it happen to anyone who's ever lived and died that's in a story? Ish.
I think she belongs to herself.
Isn't it true that as soon as somebody appears on the stage or in the screen, that is not them and that is them at the same time? It is the version of that person that is being played. And then there is the version that comes alive, we hope, in the eyes of the audience. Maybe this is a cop-out, but the person that we remember is not the person that was, ever.
Well, the person that we remember never is the person that was, right? I remember you 10, 15 years ago, Aiden. And I'll be honest, you're not someone I would have wanted to sit at this table with. But I can see that you've done the work.
If I've not done the work, I've at least paid the price. We were in the middle of both of us, a system that it's very easy to be borne along by the tide of the river that you were born into. And it's very hard to decide to start swimming upstream. And I don't excuse any of the things that I did, any of the policies that I pushed, any of the causes that I turned a blind eye or a deaf ear to. I was younger then. I'm much older than that now.
You made the right choice eventually, even though it took you a little while.
The both of
I
you
wish
did.
I wish I could say that I made the right choice out of moral clarity, but there was a certain amount of self. Maybe hard to believe that. It might be hard to believe this considering how it all turned out and how I was almost hanged, but it was me turning coats was born out of a bit of self-preservation. The more tyrannical the empire got, the more it became a dog-eat-dog world. And sometimes when you realize that you are about to be eaten, you start to see the world in a whole new light.
Well, publicly, you said it was the war in the East, a war that I myself participated in. A terrible, terrible conflict.
That was a half-truth. I was very good at those.
Yes, you were.
You're better at
The people who really benefited from pushing for our involvement in the war in the East. Those were some of the people who I was interested in getting out from underneath the boot of.
I met Sasha a few times back then, Mikhail, while you were stationed to the east, and she was always so worried about you. And
As she should have been. My life was on the line every day. I was but a soldier then. I was but a boy.
Pardon me, but who is Sasha?
My sister.
my mother.
Oh, okay.
a
Excuse
toast
me.
to Sasha.
I need smoke. I shall return.
I should not have brought her up.
I watch Mikhail excuse himself, and then I turn to Mish and I say, was your mother involved in the war? I mean, did she fight, or was she a nurse, or did she participate?
She
Either in the East or in the Revolution.
she was mostly concerned with raising me and my brother.
Why? You don't need to share if you don't want to, but why the sudden departure of?
My uncle.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder if she died while he was away.
Fighting.
I didn't see much of him after that.
He was away fighting on the front of a useless war against people who had just been sent there by the same kind of man that Aiden, you and Mikhail put an end to in that room. So what was the point of it?
Yeah.
But what was the point of any of it? What was the point of Mayu coming back on the day that she should have been with us celebrating, and there was that old sea mine still bobbing around in the water?
I think
It's always chance.
this is going to sound a bit callous, but I think that if you had asked her how she would have liked to die, I think she would have said at the prow of a boat, looking at the horizon. Maybe that's just my grief talking. Maybe that's just me trying to see the silver lining. I was, of course, crushed. I couldn't even see. It was so far into the harbor that it was so far out of the harbor that we received word a day later. So yes, my mother lays unburied except for at the bottom of the sea. And what is the point of that? What is the point of Mish, you toasted to what the revolution was about, you said, the bread. And just 20 minutes later, we commented on how the price of bread has risen so drastically. So I think the point of it all is that we keep going.
Mikhail
I've
enters.
spent the last 11 years carrying messages back and forth across the city, only in order to scrounge up enough money to buy bread for my brother.
There'll be no more of that once you make your career, once people see who you can be. Mikhail, welcome back. Are you all right?
Mikhail enters from the balcony. He's actually still smoking another cigarette, and he realizes he like flicks it off the balcony. And that bottle was like half empty when he walked out there, and it's about like 20% left. And he like tries to put it on the table, and it like wobbles a little bit, and then he like settles it, and he's like, "I wasn't there." And he's like trying to look at Mish, but he like can't look him in the eye. He's like, "I wasn't there for you, Mish. I wasn't there when she was gone." He just kind of stands there, just like looking somewhere like not at his feet, but somewhere like at Mish, but not meeting his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Aiden is just kind of like stroking his chin just like this and is waiting to see how Mish responds.
I'm not sure what you want me to say.
You don't have to say anything. You don't owe me anything, Mish. I just wish I could have been there for you.
I'm still alive. My brother, Jacob, is still alive.
Not by anything I did.
No? Not by anything you did, no.
I'm meeting your gaze now. And peering into your soul to see if there's any forgiveness there. And he says, there's very few things I regret doing in this life. And not being for you is one of them.
Captain Volkov, you stabbed the Emperor and you ended all of it. The draft had been instituted, Jacob and Misha would have been at the front. You saved so many lives. Aiden, you too. You did that. The two of you did that.
I didn't save anybody's life.
That's not true, Aiden. Listen, you're a scandal. What you did, we all know. And he looks around at everybody. It's unforgivable. That's true. But when you turned on those other senators, when you revealed all of their dark deeds to the world, when you risked your life and death to spark this revolution, and yes, you weren't the first, and yes, you weren't the bravest, but you had more to lose than almost anyone else, and you should give yourself at least a little credit for that, because I am.
I'll give myself a little bit of credit. But like you said, I was not the first, I was not the bravest, I was not the last. I didn't reveal anything that anybody didn't already know. Or they were stealing public funds. Oh, they were sleeping around, cheating on all of their spouses, sometimes with each other. They were callously throwing away the lives of our soldiers. They were laughing about the profiteering that they were doing behind everybody's backs. Every bar hall was saying this already. I barely even brought any receipts. I leaked some information here. I leaked some information there. I think I was indicted at the right time. I think I had just enough charm. I think I was just likable enough. And I think I tried just hard enough to turn over a new leaf, that when I was indicted, I was just the wrong person for the Empire to try to kill at that particular time, at that particular moment. I was very lucky. And I'm very happy that I was.
Most of the ones who died by luck and luck alone. It makes sense that the ones of us who live did
Also
so by
bad
the very
luck.
sleep.
Quite true. Mikhail, I didn't save one particular life that I tried to. I'm speaking, of course, of the Emperor.
Yes, well, you know how I feel about that. Quite frankly, we've had that conversation enough times.
We've had that conversation enough times.
Do we really have to expose our friends here to it?
Do you feel like we've buried the hatchet about it?
Some conversations are not worth having again and again and again.
I'm just staring at Aiden right now. Like, not super angry, but not.
Aiden is looking down at his the rocks glass that Ksenia's axe was in. It is like there's like one finger of liquor still in there, but like that's distorted by the gigantic ice cube, and he's rolling the ice cube back and forth, and that's what he's looking at. And he says,
Have either of you? No, go ahead.
Aiden says, I won't rehash this conversation with you here tonight, Mikhail, out of a sense of it would be improper in front of our gracious host and his other guest. He looks at Baxter and Misha. But for your consideration, Baxter, whoever plays me was just trying to make sure that justice won out over revenge. Maybe he was bullheaded. wrong-headed, bullheaded to think that that would be an appropriate level of mercy, but it's what my mother would have done.
All right, Aiden, we're not going to have this conversation, but you're going to have your say, huh? Just like you. Well, fine then. Let's do it. Let's have it out. That bastard.
My
wouldn't have
friends.
gone anywhere. No, Baxter. We're doing this. This is fucking happening now.
No, I'm saying you should. I'm saying you should.
Aiden puts his
good.
drink on the
Damn
side.
right.
I'm gonna go for a
Bitch.
smoke.
Hey,
I'm going to
Mish,
tell you.
while you're up, make me another axe, please. I'm
going to tell you why you should have this conversation. Because tomorrow does not exist. And this is a safe place. There are no cameras. There's no record. There's no microphones. No one's... I've taken some notes earlier, and I will not lift my pen earlier. Whatever the two of you speak about here today is only for today, and I will not have my friends look at each other with unspoken words between them. Would you like me to leave? I can do that too.
No, stay. I
I
wish
agree.
we should stay too, because he should know about this kind of shit. About the kind of man. About the kind of man that Emperor Klaus was. He was the kind of man that had camps with, I won't even say who was in them. He had no lines. He had no boundaries for any kind. And he like takes a big swig of the stuff of any kind for anyone. No consideration. His own family he put in camps. Okay? His own child, 19 years old, refused to fight on his side, and he starved him to death for it, as an example. This is the kind of sick man you wanted to preserve. For what? Posterity? So that we can look like the good guys, Aiden? No.
His child wasn't 19 years old. He himself was only, 27? His child was not 19 years old.
Fine, he was 8, even worse.
He didn't put his child, it was his nephew. He put his nephew in the
Whatever,
You're
Aiden.
drunk.
I've had a few. The point is, he was a bastard. And
He was a
whore.
bastard.
And if he had been let live, need to have another cigarette. If he had been let live, what he would have done in the darkness, in the secret, in a prison, he would have never stopped. Never.
I agree with everything that you have said up until that sentence. I hated him. I know that you can't possibly, and we've had this conversation before, and you know what I'm going to say. I hated him as much as you did. I wanted him to sit there and rot in prison watching our revolution prosper. Rot in prison seeing that everything that we told him was true. Rot in prison, not out of a sense of being able to redeem the bastard. There was no redeeming him. I wanted him to waste away. I wanted him to see that he was wrong. I wanted the world to see us make him watch. And I wanted all of these damned apologists not to have a martyr. We talked about the people sneaking anti-revolutionary films into the theaters. That's not the only place that is happening. There are people circulating newspapers. There are people speaking to ex-soldiers. Probably you know some people who have, in the last almost a decade, thought back and decided it was better before. And they have a martyr to unify them.
They also have an example of what happens
well, lots of people die. Doesn't stop people from killing again and again and again. I've said what I wanted to say.
We can never really know what would have happened. What we know is what did happen. We know that the flag was being mounted on the roof of the mayoral palace where the emperor was residing on a state visit, which was when the two of you were in the room with him. We knew that the flag was going up. The revolution was happening. Freedom at midnight, or as close to it as our memories can allow us to have. And we know that they were in the process of gathering the court to try the emperor afterwards. And we don't know who would have been in that court. Many people who, I suppose, were enemies of the revolution, or perhaps were sympathizers with the old guard. They are still in power in various capacities, as must be the case. That is the compromise we must always have. And we do not know what the court would have ordered. His death, his imprisonment. We didn't have our own national laws at the time. We were making it all up as we went along.
Yes, but when word got out, Makosh was dead. His forces scattered to the four winds. That's true.
That is true. And there is no saying that if Aiden had his way, it would not have gone better. It may well have, because what we have today is not the perfect country we wanted. And there are many respects in which what Aiden speaks of, the killing of the emperor, can be tied to many of the ills that we see today. That is true, but so much of what has happened is because of the killing of the emperor, and we cannot resolve this, my friends. All we can talk about is how we felt in that moment, and I want the two of you to have your say and not bury this as a canker, as a fester in your hearts, but let it out and be merry and be friends as you can, for you were part of history and you did your very best on that moment. I do not think either of you can deny this, that you were yourselves that day, your truest selves.
I've said what I had to say. I'm going to go out and have a smoke again, and I think we're at our time.
Aiden will watch Mikhail go and then look back at Baxter and say, he reaches out for some more of the absinthe. He says, I would never admit it to his face, but when he brought his weapon down and ended that man's life, it did feel very good.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. All right. This is the end of the second phase, and I think another short break, 5-ish minutes, I guess, and then we go on to the next phase, which will also be shorter than it should be, but we'll see. All right, cool. See you guys shortly.
We'll be back in just a few minutes to keep on playing Midnight in a Perfect World. And we're back again for Midnight in a Perfect World.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. All right. Now, we have had 2 phases, and this phase that's coming up is 1 hour to midnight, and it's supposed to last 30 minutes. In our version, we'll do 25, I think. Which might be a little tight, but we see. I think we'll have to accept that. So, in this, as we get close to this hour, the things that we were thinking about are secrets. So we've already been going in this direction, so I think we can just keep up that energy. But what's going to happen is that we're going to talk about secrets related to the ghosts. And they're going to be guided by this arcanum. This is going to be the theme. Let's flip that. The lovers. Very juicy for secrets, I think. Very obvious. But we can see what we can do. That's just the general theme. So I'm going to begin by sharing a secret about one of the ghosts that I'm connected to, either Liam or Mayu. Perhaps Liam. We'll see. And then everyone's going to, you're going to react to the secret, and then you're going to share secrets of your own related to the ghosts or like other things, entirely up to you. So that's like the task, as it were, for you to take on. And at the same time, the tone of this phase is going to be more reconciliatory. We've had like the more intense one from before, like the previous phase. Now we're going to kind of like move a little bit towards like patching up our differences and like thinking about like all these people we've lost. It's going to be a more sad, reflective sort of phase. There's on page 19, if you have like the book, there's like some suggestions for like things to think about. Maybe not even directly answer, but things to think about, like, would the dead be happy to see what became of you and the country? Things like that. We're going to do this for 25 more minutes. So the lovers. Let's resume with, I guess, Mish just came back from his smoke break. So
I think it's more interesting if I'm still out on the balcony.
Okay, if you like. Maybe you can still hear. It's up to you. It's entirely up to you.
Because Mikhail is coming out to smoke.
That's true. Okay. Then I think, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's see how that goes. So we resume, and I guess at this stage, it's just myself and Aiden at the table, sharing our drinks while nephew and uncle are out smoking on the balcony, right?
Yeah.
And then I think turn to you, and I'd say, do you know why your mother was away in Muscati during the war, and
she
what?
told me. I always thought that this was some kind of excuse, but I never really thought about it because she was always going off to this place or that place, although usually places less touched by the war. She told me that I had some cousins that she needed to check up on, but are you saying that you know something that I don't?
Yes. And I needed to check first that you did know, and I'm living by the precept that I mentioned a few times, that we should always treat today as the last day, and there's no tomorrow. And I think you should know that, because there have been questions about your mother, haven't there? Like, why was she not there with us on the revolution? And some people wonder why we should care that she passed away when she was coming back to reap the spoils, as though she was an actress. What would she have done?
Yes.
In Muscati, there was... I don't know about these cousins. Perhaps that is true as well, but...
Almost assuredly not true.
I see. Well, she could have picked a better... For such a good actress, not a very good liar.
She was an actress, not a writer.
That is true.
The writers, as in the legislators, they're the liars.
Well, you would know very well, and of course you have gone on to become a writer of different... We're getting sidetracked, my friend. Getting sidetracked. There was a woman. I know things are different now than they had been before the revolution, but even now I do not know how well other people think of these things. I know that show business and the films and the entertainments have a reputation for all sorts of people with very open-minded approaches towards life and love and so on. And
Baxter, don't say what you're going to say. I am not going to react poorly to my mother raised me. She was the only parent in my life. She was the only example that I had for how an adult is supposed to live, and she was full of love and life and chaos and wildness. I am hard to surprise.
She was a woman of the world, and she was very open-minded, and she had a lover, and this lover was a woman. Back when this really was not done at all.
No, still not.
But She this woman was also a writer. I never met her myself. I just had the letters, and
How did you find out?
she was away, and I constantly asked her why she was not coming back to be part of my films. And of course, eventually I stopped making them during the war, but she was not there with me in my final few films, and that I think is a big reason why they didn't perform well. And I asked her, demanded to know, and then she told me, and I was shocked for a while. And I'm going to go and give you those letters, but
I would love that. Yes.
I'm going to
It
go
doesn't
find.
have to be. It doesn't have to be right now if you don't want to. Please tell me, what was the name of this woman?
The name, as I remember, was Soraya.
Beautiful name.
Oh.
And Soraya, is she alive still?
No, she was on the ship. They're coming back. And I have, in fact, let me get you this. This I must get you. And it is not, I don't have to go digging in my study for this. Let me get you this. And I kind of go over to the shelf and I pull out.
While you do that, I pour
Mhm.
myself another drink.
Yeah.
And I want to cut out to the balcony where Mish and I have been smoking in silence for quite a few minutes now.
Yeah.
And just staring out over the city. And I put my cigarette out and I'm about to just chain smoking, light another one. And I just look at Mish, just look down at him. I don't say anything though.
You know, I don't see it necessary to forgive you, but only because I don't think you did anything wrong.
He's like about to light the cigarette, he's about to like flick the lighter, and he just totally stops. You can just see that like little bits of tears are starting to well up in his eyes, and he just looks down at you and he says, well, I'm glad one of us sees it that way, but just know that if I could have found you, if I'd known where you were, if I had any way of reaching you, I tried. I really did. You can ask Aiden. I sent runners out into the city and I sent scouts out into the city and I tried to find you and I just couldn't. You hid too well.
I believe you, of course. I mean, I've heard about it. I've heard about it since, but the war was a very tumultuous time, and the way I see it, it's just the way the dice fell, and I worked hard in that time to keep myself and my brother alive, and well, Jacob isn't here with us at the party today since he had this boy he's been seeing. They're out enjoying a different party. We're
Well,
part of the older.
I haven't seen him in a long time. I hope he's doing well.
He is doing well. He is doing well. Very well. I wonder if he was so young as to barely remember any of it. Maybe he is the post-revolutionary that Aiden spoke of, but it's okay. I hope you know that it's okay.
I put a big, huge arm on your shoulder. just like grip you and like pull you in a little bit.
Here we are 7 years later. I think on this auspicious night, we should know that that's enough.
And I pull the bottle off of like a table on the side, and I say, to your mother, and I hand you the bottle.
To Sasha. I'll take a small swig of it, to surviving.
Why is there a bottle of alcohol out on my balcony?
Why isn't there a bottle of alcohol anywhere? There's a bottle of alcohol anywhere. Anytime I go anywhere, there's alcohol with me. That's just a fact. That's my like special ability in this game.
Mikhail's been ferrying extra bottles out there for just such an occasion.
Yeah.
It's in the gutter. You just reach up and grab it.
I
Behind
love
the
the idea that
fern.
you try to take a swig, but it's like a bottle that's like meant to like keep flowers in my balcony. That's like water.
I kind of like, like hug Mish on the side one more time, and I look at the cigarette that I was about to light, and I put it back, and I say, "Well, the others are probably waiting for us, Mish."
Sure, I have a conversation. I feel I need to have it back, sir.
Yeah. Then I think quick smash cut back. I'm like, I've given Aiden a book, and it's like a leather bound sort of like a book, and the characters you can't read because they're in the Muska language. And I say, you'll have to take my word for it. I cannot. Well, I've also been given someone else's word.
I picked up. I can't read this well, but I know some. I know some. I always learn the dirty words first. That's the secret to making learning a language fun. And closes the book. Some of these are very spicy.
You'll see the author is Soraya Al-Runi. This is her. This is her work.
I will. You've given me a project, Baxter, and I'm a man who really likes his projects. Really likes his words. So
yeah, I pat you on the shoulder.
Next year, I'm going to find a very fine bottle of absinthe, and it will be my treat to you.
I'm looking forward to it already. The things that could have happened.
And the things that will.
And Mikhail comes stomping in. He's been kind of dour for like the last, hour or two. And he's like got a big smile on his face. He's got a spring step. He's looking through Baxter's liquor cabinet. He's like, where's the damn, oh, come on. You got to have some of it here. Yes. Yeah. This is what we drink after we eat. And it's like the hard stuff, right? It's like the oizo of our culture, right? This is what we drink after dinner until we black out.
Well, if you're going to do it,
so out of character. So this is like a digestif, or like what's oizo?
Exactly. But it's like heavy.
It's heavy. Gotcha.
Wait until we've seen the fireworks.
Aiden says,
"No waiting."
This is either going to be a dry household by the end of the night, or Mikhail is going to drink himself absolutely into the gutter.
Well, if he's going to bring out the hard stuff, he has to do it in the traditional way. You're pouring it in my house, young man, and you're going to do it the right way. And I kind of like go out, rummage, and I bring my hatchet back. You're going to pour it on my blade, and it's going to drip into my guest glasses.
Nice. I'll hand you the bottle.
I guess.
Yeah.
And I raise my glass, and well, we've had a lot of toast tonight, but we have not done the traditional toast. Yes?
You want to do this before the fireworks?
Yes, you can do the toast as many damn times as you want, Aiden.
All right.
All right.
To fallen crowns.
To fallen leaves.
The fallen leaves.
To fall. Drink. And the spring that comes after.
Put my glass upside down when you said that.
Renzo was saying something?
It said to Lady Fortune was put here.
Nice, I like that. Nice. Right, out of character, we have like 12 minutes, and we have like had one secret about an NPC.
Yeah,
so think about
So we've already done the big secret for Ksenia, but I do want to, after the toast, kind of pull Mish aside and say, how did you find out about Ksenia's death? Were you, this insensitive question I'm about to ask, but were you actually, did you witness it?
Yes.
Okay. Very sorry to hear that. Where were you at the time?
On the rooftops, as I said.
Okay. Well, I'm happy that in her last moments she was enjoying the company of a friend and stargazing. I'm not sure if I believe the stories of her being a spy, though. I don't know if she would have really have done that kind of work out of a sense of, I don't know if she would have really enjoyed that kind of work. What do you think?
The work of being a spy?
The work of being a spy.
I think she loved the sense of control.
Mhm.
And as someone who cared very deeply about her, I feel fair saying this. But I think that to her, hearing everyone's secrets every night, and then in her poems as well, she had a very particular way with words. I think that the secrets she chose to share with the military, with the revolution, in order to aid the revolution, was her way of controlling the narrative, of writing another poem, a different sort of poem.
If Mikhail's story is true, then I hope that what you say is also true. Because from my perspective, it is very often that the spy is one of the most controlled people on the chessboard.
I don't know, but I feel I must make something clear to you, Baxter. I'll pull you into this
Sure.
conversation and say, Baxter, I will perform in your film, of course.
Excellent.
In whatever role you see as best. Though of course the Emperor would be the more contentious one. However, you have spoken that there will be no day after this. And I ask that not for her sake, but for my sake, Ksenia be forgotten. I do not wish to see her story retold. She is perhaps the person who, after my brother, I loved most in this world. And acting is very easy. It's very hard to speak about the sorts of things that actually aren't acting, I suppose. And I'd rather not. I'd rather that not be something that is out there, I guess.
It's a high price. It's a high price indeed. And I do not know if, Mish, you have the right alone to set it, because Xenia belongs to the nation, but also those who knew her, and you are not the only one who did. And she must have family. They may well want this story told as well. And
She didn't.
you know this. All right.
Yes, she only had a brother, and he died in the war too. There's no one left.
You knew her as a spy, though. She might not have, Mikhail, she might not have been completely truthful with you in everything that she said.
You think we don't investigate our spies?
I think that a spy is judged by their ability to hide such things.
Perhaps, but as far as we know, the only person left to speak for Ksenia is Mish. And after revealing what you've revealed here, Mish, I agree. And Baxter, please let her rest.
I was going to say that I value Mish as an artist so highly that I would pay this price. But it is good to know that it would not just be something that he is alone insisting on. I do not agree with it. I will not be dishonest. I do not agree with it, but I am true to my word. Mish, be in my film, and I will not pursue this. I'll burn that note.
I put a hand on Mish's shoulder, and I kind of have the book that Baxter gave me in my hand, and I say, "You're doing the prudent thing, making your employer pay a high price for your talents. I do ask that you keep your mind open in the future, especially if you find out that she did have some kind of family or other relations you didn't know about. It might not have been family. You didn't know about me until today, and I was somebody who knew her. People have ways of coming out of the woodworks if you just live long enough." And he holds the book up and then pats you on the shoulder and lets you go.
That is true. That is true, of course. And well, to be dead is not really to be dead. No? I mean, I still know how to make her drink. And I would not know how to write even a simple poem. My words and my acting are entirely taught by her.
We have to leave soon if we're to make it to the plaza, but I wanted to tell you something, Baxter. I've been wanting to tell you all night, and I've been debating on whether I should say it or not, because I've seen how your head grows sometimes when you get praise or an idea that you're proud of, but Liam was always very jealous of you. Do you know that? I know he never talked about it, he never revealed it, and the critics don't agree with you either, that you were number one and he was number two. It was much closer than you say, and he told me many times about how he wishes that he could achieve the fidelity of emotion in your films, that the technical aspects, that the framing of shots, he got into all the detailed crap about everything that you do, Baxter. He never shut up about it, honestly. You, to him, were his idol. And in my view, you were peers, but that's not how he saw it. I just wanted you to know that. Because if there is no tomorrow, then I feel you should know how much he adored you, not just as a filmmaker, but as a person. And I know you had your difficulties and your differences, but he spoke very highly of you, and often.
At the end, when I was making my romances, and so many asked, why is Buster Fontescue Snake busy with his melodramas when there are high matters of politics, the future of our nation and other nations being debated? And Liam Summerhouse was there making his political films. Why am I content with making twaddle, as someone said in the reviews? And then Liam Summerhouse put out his film on the workers, the anvil ringing, the axe falling. And that was his death. And I will be honest, I think my films are much better than the anvil ringing and the axe falling. But he made his film and he paid a price for his art. And I also paid a price of obscurity and people not liking what I was doing. And it was a much smaller price to pay. And I do not know what I'm saying, but he He was a much worse filmmaker, but he was perhaps a better man. Perhaps.
I might agree to that.
Fuck you.
Is that why you now make films about politics?
No, not at all. Not at all. No, it's just
I point at Misha and I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He wants a piece of it. He wants a piece of the glory. Now that it's safe. And I like elbow Baxter a little bit, like I'm ribbing him.
yes.
I'm also hitting it where it hurts, obviously.
Oh, Baxter's in a new era of his career. He's turning over. Baxter is turning over new skills now. He's adopting sound. He's adopting the subject matter of his late rival. It's the new that we were talking about.
Well, what can I say? That is, we are all thinking on politics now, thinking less about love. That is all I can say. And I think this is also where we end this particular phase. Well, 3 seconds, but like whatever, it's over. Yeah. So we will have 25 minutes for the next, which is relatively generous, I think. But we can still keep like the secrets circulating in the next phase, which is mostly about like heading to the plaza or where we're going. I think the plaza is what we said, and I think that's a nice idea. Even though I do not know if Mikhail can walk all the way there. We'll see. So at least we will attempt it. We'll see if we can manage it. So this is the phase called 30 minutes to midnight. We will go for 25 minutes. And as host, I'll propose that we go there to the public plaza to watch the countdown to midnight with everyone else. And I get to decide, or at least I propose, it doesn't have to be dictatorial, of like what that situation is. And yeah, the plaza, I think. The big plaza with the clock tower that I think like still doesn't have the minute hand. Yeah. I think that's been preserved historically. Then we're going to head there and look at it with everyone else, assuming we can all walk there.
We've also, I believe we've made reference to the fact that there will be fireworks.
Yes, I love fireworks. Yeah. So we decided. Say that again.
Is the hotel also on this plaza? I guess for dramatic reasons. It should be.
Yeah, I think it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. So we decide like how we're going to go there. We can like figure that out dynamically. Are we all going together? Is, I don't know, one of us straggling behind, not to name a name. And we will try to like detail things as we go there, or at least we see in the plazas. This is kind of like the, getting a feel for like the world as such, what does it look like? And ideally you should try to, during this phase, during the walk there, or already when you go there, however you do it, to describe one detail they see in the city that reminds them of a ghost. So tying that into our people. And you can also talk about other people you may have lost who are not necessarily the ghosts if you want to. And we do that for 25 minutes. I'm going to start the timer again. And in fact, if we are heading to the plaza, as Mikhail pointed out, Mish, come with me. There's something that you and I must absolutely talk about.
Certainly.
I'm going to whisk him away.
So we're going to pair off, basically.
Well, not necessarily. Like before we even leave, there's something he and I must decide. Cool. Gotcha. We can then go out together or whatever. Mish, this is a national holiday. Your uncle killed a man to ensure this national holiday, and Aiden lost his reputation. I don't fault you for showing up in your uniform, but you're not going to go out in it. Here, I think some of these might fit you. And then I kind of like pull out my wardrobe of suits.
And the one that fits him is like 40 years old.
I will say,
totally out of style, but awesome.
Say, Baxter, I appreciate it, but I delivered messages during the war, and I've done so for a year since. Is this not precisely the way to honor the revolution?
Yes, but don't you want to look good?
Is it better to be honest or to look good?
My boy, you're an actor. What are you talking about?
Fair enough.
I'll leave you here, and we shall leave in 10 minutes. Not actual 10 minutes out of character.
Yes.
You'll leave in 10 minutes, and if you want to stay in that, you can stay in that. You mix and match whatever to your heart's content. Come out in 10 minutes.
While that is happening, I
Mhm.
think Aiden gets up from the table, and I think that Aiden showed up. I described the black turtleneck that he has covering his scar, and I think that he also had like a light trench coat and like a nicely made leather satchel. And he puts on his coat and his satchel, and he starts going around, not everywhere in the apartment, but just near the table, and just starts taking any bottles that are not empty and starts putting them in the satchel. And if Mikhail makes eye contact with Aiden as this is happening, Aiden will say,
Mikhail's like clearing dishes for Baxter while he's going to get Mish something, doesn't like putting them in the sink.
"Did you? If our eyes meet, Aiden says, I'm protecting these from you.
You're bringing them with us, is what you're doing.
I'm bringing them with us, but I'm protecting them from you simultaneously."
Mm.
Although he does the digestif, he does leave with you.
Nice. I forgot to describe what Mikhail's wearing. So he's wearing like a formal military like dress uniform jacket, but just the jacket, which in this military is like very long, like goes down in the middle of the legs. But then none of the rest of it is like military pressed, right? He's wearing just like a plain white shirt, totally unbuttoned. He's just wearing like navy slacks basically, and pretty like casual, like not even like no shiny anything shoes, just like pretty casual dress shoes.
He's wearing a fully top to bottom buttoned dress shirt, but it is completely unbuttoned.
It's unbuttoned at the top.
Gotcha.
It's unbuttoned at the top, and then it's not tucked in.
Gotcha. Yeah. He leaves you the bottle of digestif, which I think is basically full, and Aiden also collects the ceremonial glasses that we drank that from, and in anticipation of everybody taking their hatchets, he takes his hatchet and drops it into his satchel.
Mm-hmm.
Another year successfully navigated.
It's not just another year. It's a important year. 7 years. 7 years good luck, 7 years bad luck. After 7, it ends. I'd say we had 7 years of good luck, but to some, they might think 7 years bad luck. So we don't know what's on the other side of tonight. But as Baxter said, it doesn't matter.
Change
Let's
is
go.
change. Yes, let's go. You come out of the thing.
Mhm.
What are you wearing, Mish?
I'm wearing a sort of almost like tie-dye.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Like
Is that what I got in there?
Baxter forgot he had that one.
Yeah.
That I found.
Nice.
Who knows why Baxter bought it or from who. A sort of like a obscenely long scarf, and then just like a massive coat that was made for somebody too big for me. That's like almost it's the whole costume is almost looks like a costume. It almost looks too over the top, but somehow I've managed to pull it all together to make it look
Amazing.
natural or coherent.
Just this side of malicious compliance.
Exactly, precisely.
He's
But
a
it works out.
worker. They're the master of malicious compliance.
we head out towards the plaza.
Yeah. Actually, also, as a point of order, do you guys mind if we make it a 20-minute phase rather than 25?
Whatever you got to do, man.
Sure.
Yeah. Just for
Yep, sure.
I have a couple of details that I would like to say that Aiden sees.
Mhm.
The first one is just something that occurs to me is I think that there is a poster commemorating the 7th anniversary where they have they've made the number 7 into the shape of an axe in the poster.
Nice.
And the other detail, the detail that reminds him of his mother, is that there is a little girl who is wearing a little girl is rebelliously somehow not, even though she's only 6, she's somehow not asleep yet and is adamantly trying to stay awake the entire night. And she's dancing, and she's in her hair is braided, and she's in a traditional dress, and it is like a dead ringer for a costume that it's a dead ringer for the costume that Mayu was wearing in one of her stage plays.
Of that. I think the detail that reminds me of Liam is that as we are walking towards the plaza, I don't know, it's probably I don't know why, maybe we rationalize it as Mikhail, we're all a bit tipsy, maybe we kind of blame it on Mikhail, but I think we're all a bit tipsy and maybe we kind of veer towards the wrong side or something. But I think what's actually happening is that Baxter is leading you guys down this particular long sort of kind of a broad street, a long broad street that would take us to the plaza, but it's a circuitous and longer route. And this street was immortalized in the anvil ringing, the axe falling. That's where the workers had their long march that the police shot at in that film. And there's so many people walking down that street. This never happened. This is something that was just fictionalized, but so many people are walking down that street, and they're wearing, a lot of them are wearing the costume of the workers. I'm hitching on to Jacob's idea about film becoming reality, right? A little bit in Aiden's in Aiden's recollection. But there's so many people walking down the street, and we are not in costume, but I don't know. I'm paying tribute to Liam Summerhouse, choosing his street.
So there's a mix of old and new architecture, and the old city is extremely windy streets. And Mikhail kind of breaks off the main drag and waves everyone to come. He's like, "Come on, I wanted to show you something, especially you," to no one in particular. And he starts veering off into these windy streets that seem to almost turn back on themselves and go nowhere. And he's like, "Don't worry, it seems like we're lost. I promise you, we are not." And I think perhaps Baxter especially is looking at his pocket watch, and we've been walking for minutes in the wrong direction now. And then it bursts into this small square, and it's totally ruined from the war. It's totally bombed out, but it's the ruins of a playground. And he looks again to no one in particular and says, "You'll remember when we were young." And he's not even probably talking to anyone here at this point. This is, "You remember we used to play here. You and me and Sasha. We played here every day when we were kids. And we'd stay here until somebody had to come find us in the dark every night. And we never learned, and we never wanted to go home."
I think Baxter's giving Aiden this look of have you ever been here in your life?
Aiden is smiling, but he's shaking his head no.
Mikhail's still talking in the background, but it's not making any sense anymore. And then the other thing was that.
Mhm. And I
As
think I
we,
pushed you a bit just for fun.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As we rushed to the plaza in order to make it in time, we passed by a bookstore, and I think I remember the film that you guys were telling me about, which I haven't watched, and I think about all those years hiding out in the hotel, hidden by a spy so good that even my uncle couldn't find me,
Hmm.
and reading Ksenia's books, reading the poetry that she wrote, and nothing more. That's that.
Thief comes in the morning.
I wonder if I've become a better man.
Mm.
I think the last thing we see before we enter the plaza is there's a big theater on the corner that was bombed out during the war, and they've recently finished a reconstruction. And I grab Mish by the shoulder and I look at him and I say, You will play in this theater one day, boy. I will see to it. And I like poke Baxter in the chest. I say, You will see to it. You understand? He will play this theater because
This is an opera house.
he'll learn to sing. I don't care.
Yes. Of course, Mikhail. He'll be on all the screens. He'll be on all the stages.
Yes.
Don't worry, we'll make it happen. We shall make it happen. He's not just like that though, but luckily, it all looks the same in black and white.
Yes, good. And then I think as we walk past and we zoom in on there's like a big paned window on it, and plastered on it are all of the old posters of all of the old like stage people who have died. Basically, it's like a memorial to all of the actors and poets and actresses that we lost in the war.
Is Mayu there?
Absolutely, yeah. She's got like 4 of them.
I think we stopped there because I think this catches us by surprise, because I think we were talking about this, that Mayu
wasn't really of the revolution, so it's common for her to kind of get not remembered. But this is catches Aiden's eye, and he's like, huh.
Do you think it's because when we look around and we see kind of maybe there's film posters and so on, the thief comes in the morning is having a reissue?
Yeah. I think there's some confusion about the theater community and the film can remember her, and they were like, oh, she died in the war and we remember her, even though it's kind of apocryphal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I point to Mish and I'm like, this is exactly what you're talking about. Memory, how weird it is. You would think that her son would have, I don't know, had something to say about this. And it happened all on its own.
Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong.
There's a screening at 12:30 tonight.
We'll see if they let 4 absolutely blackout drunk people come in and see it.
We can cut to that, and Mikhail's just blacked out in the theater like this.
Well, we have to get to the plaza first.
Yeah. Now we cut back to current times.
Yeah. I think as we're kind of like going towards the plaza, and I think just about to like enter into it, I think we passed by the Republic Hotel, right?
Mhm.
And I think like nearby there's also perhaps the mayor's palace, and probably like there's like the national flag draped around the window of the bedroom where the emperor was killed, and there's like, you know, there's like a lot of like memorialization and so on, but there's no like names or anything like that. It's just like that window, right? And it's lit. The lights are on in that room. The lights were not probably on in that way when it actually happened, but the lights are on now. It's the only one that's lit. And I think, I don't know, I'm looking at it.
If you look back, Aiden is momentarily disappeared. And if you look for him, he has run into the hotel to the bar. And there is a woman who is tending bar there, about to close up because everybody's heading out to the plaza, and he asks her for an axe. He doesn't care if it's not Ksenia's axe, but it's just in some fashion, he saw that there just happened to be a woman bartender at the same bar that used to be the Brazen Fox, and asks for an axe, comes out holding an axe. He's got to return the glass in the morning, but he doesn't care.
Mm-hmm. How is it?
She put cinnamon in. Not bad.
The first couple of years when they had this, memorial ceremony, Mikhail was like paraded out, right, as the man that ended the empire, and he's like, okay, come on, seriously. And the first couple of years, and then the next couple of years there was like a small thing, and then by now no one even recognizes him anymore. And there's a couple people that wave to him that are like old military types, but at this point, so many of those people have died of wounds or old age or alcoholism or whatever, that there's basically no one celebrating him anymore. And I think in some ways you could see like a complex mix of emotions on his face about that, and I won't get into what they are. You can guess.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I think on the other side of the crowd, I see my younger brother, looking too drunk for his age, with his arms around his boyfriend, and I'll let the young be. Let them be happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Surprisingly, male homosexuality was always looked on more favorably in our society, relatively speaking. Just a little quirk, I think, of the old empire.
Sure.
And I think as we kind of like watch all these things, and I think like Baxter's kind of like leaning back against like a telephone pole with like the thief comes in the morning behind him, and we see like behind his names there's like there's Mayu Adair written, and also Liam Summerhouse written. There's also I mean, we might as well acknowledge him. Where's what was his name? Carlos Serran. His name is also there, right? What if Carlos still alive, actually?
He should still be alive. Yeah. He's an old man, though.
He's also somewhere in the crowd.
Yeah. I think we're staying there. I think I like the idea perhaps of Aiden standing next to me, and like Mayu Adair is like the name above our heads. Yeah.
I'm sipping the axe.
Yeah. And I think we're about to get to midnight, and it seems like things are quieting down, and probably like the celebration is about to begin, and the clocks where the minute hand never moves. Somehow, especially on this day, there's a chime that happens. And now we end time and we move to midnight, and I'm going to tell you what happens. So each player, starting with the host as always, describes what happens at midnight, how is the occasion marked. Each of us adds a detail that we see. And I think I've added my detail, which is that they make the clock, which doesn't really work anymore. They make it chime at midnight on this day. 12 times it chimes loud and ringing through the plaza. In fact, I think it almost like, if you're actually there, like I think it hurts your ears, especially if you've been drinking a lot. But like it has to go all across the city, and we hear it peal 12 times.
Well, they're probably doing it manually, right? Because that mechanism doesn't work anymore. So they're just like banging on it with like hammers, or they're like manually activating the lever and it's too intense.
They're doing it with an axe.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Now that should be my detail, which is that everyone who has one, which isn't everyone these days, the first couple of years it was, raises their hatchet or axe in the air and heaves it at each chime.
We
It's
try
the
to do
symbol
that.
of the revolution.
We try to do that, but I think some of us are now too old for this.
Oh yeah, I'm just too drunk.
Aiden takes the axe out of his. Aiden has the axe in his satchel, I've said, but he actually raises his drink.
Nice.
I'll describe the fireworks. The fireworks are in considering the history of this republic with forestry. I think that the fireworks are in brilliant like earth tones. They avoid red and blue, and like the brightest color is maybe like a yellow, because some woods might seem yellow in certain lights, but it's generally like browns and oranges and greens of different shades and hues, and a explosion followed by a larger explosion followed by a larger explosion beneath it makes a vaguely tree-shaped silhouette.
Lovely. That's really good. Yeah, love that. Yeah, Renzo.
Describe a detail.
Yeah.
I think that for the first time, I look around the whole plaza and none of the windows are shattered. That's it. It's good to have fresh bread.
I love that. All right. Now we go around the table, and just to switch it up, let's start with Aiden this time. Jacob. So please turn to the player to your right. So that'll be me. Address me as my character. Address Baxter, and tell me how it feels to be here with me now.
Sure. Aiden has a lot to thank Baxter for tonight. Aiden, we described them leaning against the, I think, brick wall with the posters behind them and the posters being lit by the explosions of the fireworks. And he turns to Baxter and he says, out of character, is this the first time that Baxter has held this, or have we done, have this night has obviously happened 7 times, but how many times have we been invited to Baxter's place?
I think this is the first time this particular combination has happened.
Aiden says, I want to thank you for indulging Mikhail and I. I don't think that conversation is ever going to end, but what you said was right. What you said was true. It doesn't matter what happened or what should have happened or what might have happened. It matters what we felt in the room at the time. And every time we get a little bit farther from that feeling, he points up at the fireworks, those feelings fade. So every time that we have this anniversary, I get to plaster over that moment with all the feelings I feel for all the people that I have toasted with. Tonight, it felt particularly good to toast with these friends. So thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for being here and keeping an old man company and listening to me and helping me and promising to help me tell these stories again as I used to. Use kinds of stories.
I can't get too far away from a source of compliments. I'll shrivel up and die. I simply will.
Well, you're Mayu Adair's son. Mayu knew how to take a compliment. I don't know. Thank you for being here. Thank you for what you did. And speaking of thanking people for what they did, where the bloody places is Mikhail? Where is that man? I have to go find him and tell him thank you as well.
I think I'm standing on the fountain that they still haven't gotten working yet. So it's just a dry fountain. I'm standing on the edge, and I'm leading a bunch of people in a drinking song. Like I don't know any of them. We just like it just started, and then I got up on the fountain because I'm drunk. There's other people up there too, standing on it, and I'm like leading a drinking song.
Yeah, I think I stand underneath and I kind of like yell at you. I say, "Thank you, Captain Volkov, for saving the Republic. This man," I kind of like I try to get people's attention. It's some people notice. "This man gave it all for us. He is the man. This is the man who killed the Emperor." I think maybe some people notice, maybe some people don't. Maybe you don't even realize.
I hear you, and I have a bottle in my hand, obviously.
Yeah.
And I hold it up to you, and I acknowledge you with it, and I hold your gaze for a little while. Then I take a drink, and then I go back to leading the drinking song.
Yeah, I kind of like leave.
I think a couple people follow my gaze like towards you, and like, I mean, you're a director. Like nobody probably knows what you look like in this age,
No.
right? So
No.
they're like, literally, like, who's that guy? And he's toasting, but they're like, a couple people just like are super wasted, just toast you too.
No. I'm not George Lucas. I don't have like remarkable character design. I never already go away. Yeah. So, Mikhail, you're spotlighted. Tell Mish how it feels to be with them tonight.
I get down after the energy kind of starts to die off a little bit. The last fireworks have gone off, and people are starting to filter out of the the early leavers. Like the people will be drinking here all night, right? But like the early leavers are starting to go home and like go to bed because they have to work in the morning or whatever. And so I go over and I find Mish. Where do I find you, Mish? Towards the end of the celebration.
I think hanging out with the rest of the group, with Baxter and Aiden.
Okay.
Sort of.
I come back to you and I put a hand on your shoulder, and it's heavy because I'm annihilated. I'm actually probably using you to hold myself up a little bit, and I'm like 6'4", quite a few kilos, and I look at you and I say, "You're a good boy, Mish. You're a good boy. And you and yours will inherit this country. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's your responsibility. I want you to take an oath that you'll never let this happen again. Ever. That what you went through, that what I went through, that what we all went through will never happen again. At least as long as you draw breath. Promise me."
We can. We both know that no man can control the Lady Luck herself, but I think I swear by it. I will spend every day of my life fighting to make that future possible.
I pull you into like a giant bear hug and hold you too tight for a little too long because I'm super drunk. Probably until I start stifling you a little bit, like literally can't breathe, and then you're like, okay. And I'm like, "You're a good boy. You're a good boy."
Love that.
Aiden,
Mish.
I'll come over to you as things are starting to wind down. I think you've been very hard on yourself, and it is, of course, very difficult to know what the right thing is, let alone to do the right thing. But I believe I've always focused on living to see the sunrise, but you actually made the hard decisions to make sure that we would all get to stand here tonight in this way. Nobody is perfect, but you were critical in all of this, and you need to know that.
I've parried that compliment enough tonight, and I think that Mish, you're a man who doesn't mince words, and a man of principle, the way that only the young can be. And I hope that you don't. I'm not going to make you swear an oath like your uncle, but I hope that you don't lose sight of that. And your words mean a lot to me, They do. And perhaps you're right. I should be a little bit more forgiving of myself, although some people might accuse me of thinking too highly of myself. Thank you. And I'm glad that I could share this night with you.
Mm-hmm.
And if Baxter has his way, we'll all be back here again next year.
So to next year.
To next
Next year.
year.
Next year.
I think we all take a drink, I think, and I think we see the fireworks go up, explode, and as one particularly loud one bursts, I think like it happens slowly, sparks exploding and like arcing down towards us in the crowd. And under its light almost, like I think like each of us suddenly gets bathed in like a sort of like gradients under each of them. And the rest of the scene, like the buildings, the crowds, seem to darken and move so slowly. And it's like just the four of us in the world, and then we start to not see each other so much anymore, but only ourselves. And next to us, each of us is Liam, Mayu, Senia, and Sasha, or we seem to see them. Mikhail, this last round, let's start with you. So you're going to talk to me, but you will not be speaking to Baxter. You'll be addressing Liam and tell them what you wish you could tell them. And the ghosts are all going to be spoken to in this round. And the only difference is ghosts can reply, but they don't have to.
At this point, I'm sitting somewhere, just probably someone has propped me up in a chair, I think, and probably like in a nearby bar or something like that. And I'm sitting with my arm on the table. I'm sitting across from another chair on a bar, and Liam's sitting there, and I look at him and I say, I don't care what Baxter says. You're the best there ever was. You're the best there ever will be. But not just as a filmmaker, as a friend. And I wish your voice was still with us, because there's so many stories left to tell. I just don't want the youth to forget, and their children to forget, and their children to forget the way we do, the way we have. You're needed. I just hope Baxter can fill your shoes.
Puts his hand on your shoulder and says, "Thief comes in the morning is screening at 12:30, Daddy-o." That's it. So I then turn to Jacob, and I'm not addressing Aiden, I'm addressing Mayu Adair. And I say, people used to think that it was you and me, that we were more than an actor and a director, because they always think that sort of thing. They always think of it in that way. And I won't pretend that it's for some greater commitment to art or something, that we never went that route. It's more the times never, it just never worked out for us. And then there was Soraya, and there was always Aiden and all these other people for you to love. And I know you loved me in your own way. And not only do I miss you, I miss what could have been, and all these people who I thought forgot you, and then that they didn't. I'm glad they've seen your name again on the posters, as they should be. Think of all you could have done, you with your brave love, your indomitable heart, coming home to this country with Soraya. And I wonder what could have been what this could have been.
How many above the table? How many movies did you do with Mayu?
I think, based on what I know of the film industry in the real world in the roughly analogous time period, probably we did like 17.
17 or 7D?
17. So no, okay.
17.
Yeah, I
There
thought 17 was
are-
29. Mhm.
She embraces you, but then there is another one that embraces you, and then there's another one that embraces you, and each is wearing a different costume,
Hell yeah.
each from a different one of the movies that you have done together. And then there's 17 of her hugging you, and it reduces back down to the original one. And she looks up at you, and she kisses you on the cheek, and she says, "The love that I had for you, I only knew one way to show. And I tried to show it as brightly and as loudly as I could. And I am glad that in your new movie, people will be able to hear how loudly your new actors and actresses love you. Keep up with the times. It was my nature to keep on moving to the next thing. I'm glad that it's starting to be in your nature too. You keep my son out of trouble." And she vanishes.
Lovely.
And then it's time for Aiden to turn to Mish, and instead of addressing Mish, address Ksenia. Aiden says he's still got the axe from the other bartender. Says they're making this for all kinds of things now. It's amazing to me that you had so much to your life that you didn't let me know about. I'm not bitter. I like that. I was a senator twice your age telling you things that he shouldn't have been saying. And anybody who didn't have the kind of strength of will that you had would maybe have told the secret. I used you as a vent, somebody to vent to, somebody to absorb the trauma that I was living every day, and that wasn't fair. I want to thank you for being way tougher than you needed to be when I needed somebody to be way tougher than they needed to be. So thanks.
I think she'll smile softly and nothing to be said. But the next time you take a sip of your drink, it's perfect.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
The cinnamon somehow just blends in.
Maybe she
use
was
too
having
much.
a little bit of cinnamon this whole time.
You can't use
Yeah.
too much. If you use too much, it ruins the whole thing.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll turn to Sasha, my mother, say, it's been a long time. And often I think that I can't even remember your face properly. And so I tell myself that that's okay, that it's okay to forget. I don't know, but I want you to know that trees are alive, nation is alive, and your sons are still alive.
She smiles, and yeah, the face kind of starts to blur and starts to sort of like wisp and fade away. And the other thing she says is, "My son, I'm so proud of you.
Then I think the light starts to fade away, like the bright light that's on us, and everything else starts like coming back into the light. The bright lights of the plaza, the fireworks falling down, and the arcs of the sparks kind of like go towards us, and then they fizzle out before they can cut their faces. And it is midnight in a perfect world. And thank you all for being here today.
Ooh. He said the name of it.
I said woo in perfect synchronicity, but I was muted from everybody. Cool. Let's do our reaction roll. Reaction roll is a live stream inside of a live stream. It's our chance to sit down with the creator of a game we just played and talk about what it was like to play that game. We just finished playing Midnight in a Perfect World. So for folks who are just joining us, give us the quick elevator pitch of Midnight in a Perfect World.
Midnight in the Perfect World is a GM-less game about a dinner party being held on an anniversary of a revolution, and it's for 4 players, and they're all going to talk about their lives after the revolution and all the people that they lost. And as they have this conversation, they're going to start to kind of like be haunted by the ghosts of the people they lost until they arrive at midnight on the actual anniversary, and then some magic happens.
Excellent. I want to start with Kit, your feedback. That way, in case you have to pop out suddenly, we've already got it. But
I should be good. So yeah, we're good.
You're like, I'm having too much fun. Why don't you go ahead and start us?
Oh, like there was 2 marks and we missed one already. The second one, I've got about 15 minutes.
Yeah. You're good. Tell us who you are, what you do, and what it was like to play Midnight in a Perfect World.
Yeah, my name is Kit. I'm an improv actor, role player, all those kinds of things. This is right up my alley. I mean, I think Zoheb knows me really well, and if he were to design a game for me, this would be it, right? It's just no rules really to speak of, procedures there, but like just pure role playing is what I'm all about, really. I mean, I don't mind rulesy systems, but this is great. I mean, this is like right up my alley, totally. I had I laughed, I cried, I yelled, I screamed, I was angry. I mean, I just felt all the things, and it was beautiful. It was a beautiful thing. And I do know Renzo and Zoheb here decently well from our community, but I know Jacob, and I had a great time with you, Jacob, too, and I just enjoyed everything that everyone brought. So in our community, we tend to do a lot of do stars and wishes. I'm gonna do some quick ones. So for just to kind of move on, but so for Jacob, the stories that you were telling, obviously all completely improvised, were incredibly detailed and beautiful, and you brought so much. And not just that they were concrete, but they were like emotional at the same time. Like the internal logic of everything made so much sense, but then the expression of it was also good, which is hard to do in an improvised storytelling. And also on the second phase, the way that you ended, I can't remember exactly what it was, but you had like the perfect note to put the bow on that phase, and it was awesome. It was beautiful. Renzo,
thank you so much.
Your emotional depth is so strong. Like, I felt so connected to the character of Mish because you're able to portray this like really deep, resonant emotion of it, and that was fantastic. And then Zoheb, your details that you add, as always, like I always tell you, tell Zoheb, he's like one of the most creative people I've ever met in his entire life, and the details are always off the wall. Like, I don't know how you come up with this stuff. It's always incredible. I can't name any specific thing, and I won't take the time to do so right now. And also your facilitation of this was excellent. I don't know if this is your first time streaming this, but there were very, very few moments where I was like, I have no idea what's going on. I think there was one moment where we started something and you're like, oh, I have to read the rules. And that was the only bump in the whole thing. So like, that's like great. I give you like a 98% on facilitation, which is hard in this context. And so great job. And Tony, thank you so much for hosting us and for having us.
Course.
This has just been an absolute blast. I loved it. It was great.
Yeah, awesome.
No notes other than those.
No, that's great. Let's keep it rolling around. Renzo, if you have any stars or wishes, notes, thoughts, or questions, toss them out.
No, I just want to say Jacob mentioned at the beginning that he wanted us all to cry by the end of this.
That was me.
And I was, oh, that was you. That was, well, I'm definitely tearing up a bit. that was fantastic. Yeah, I don't know, Mikhail, the way, I guess we wouldn't know this, but the fact that we thought of the same name is quite funny. I still think that's hilarious. It took me a while to get to the name, and then I was like, oh, okay. But it was, you threw out that idea of you being my uncle, and I really enjoyed playing with that. I thought it was really fun, and just immediately jumping into that role, and especially you picking up on the abandonment that I was trying to set the seeds of without saying it explicitly. I thought that was fantastic, and that was really, really fantastic. Aiden, I thought really just the depth of your character in terms of the moral questions that you were dealing with, and playing a character who really you set yourself up as the bad guy, whereas as the worst of us, and that was really interesting. You did a really amazing job of it. I thought it was fantastic, and yeah, so I don't know what to say. I mean, this game is great. I mean, yeah, I definitely I want to play it again. This was incredible, and yeah, you did an amazing job as host. So. This was fantastic. This was really, really great.
Awesome.
I can go next.
Yeah.
I want to echo what Kit said for you, Renzo. Every time that you started to speak, I felt like the absolute iron of Misha's emotional depth. That thing that Kit was referencing, and Kit, I thank you for going with me on one of our characters were basically the worst former work buddies ever. And basically had a concept that aimed our characters at each other in a really a super high conflict way. And I think that you made it really easy to navigate that conflict. Our characters were nice to each other, but really didn't like each other, but gave each other space in a way that I thought was really gracious and awesome, while also providing this huge personality, improv, making a big choice for a character to be this boisterous person who's drinking a lot right out of the gate. And that really gave us all, I think, a lot to bounce off of. And then for Zoheb, the first thing I want to say is a superficial thing, but you have a really amazing voice.
It's amazing. It's so good.
I'm hosting this kind of lavish dinner party. It was very much just put me in the zone immediately. I'll echo the facilitation skills. That was all very butter to move through, and props on crafting this game and having the way that the roles move about the table, especially the last turn where you speak to another player or that player is suddenly playing a different character. I read the rules and didn't quite grasp what was going to happen in that moment, and it feels so transformational to be oh, I'm playing my mom now, okay. And that felt like an alley-oop that you tricked me into doing for somebody else, which was just really awesome. Can't imagine how resonant this game must feel to play when you actually play it at a dinner table with people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did that, and that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Kind of LARP sort of thing. Yeah, I'll just be real quick. I think I had an absolute blast, obviously. Yeah, this is the third time I'm playing, first time on stream, and just, I don't know, I feel just so grateful, to everyone here for being here. Tony, obviously, thank you for facilitating and being the guy in the background, making sure all of this works out, and of course, arranging it. Thank you all for being here as players, and just such a privilege. Lorenzo, you played this just such a young man burning with convictions and so wise behind his years. It just felt so right. And Jacob, all the taking the thief comes into the morning and like making what that is, and like like all the detail. And we talked about, I'm not someone who tears up easily, so I didn't, but but I think like if I was more emotionally I guess like demonstrative, the part where like Mayu's 17 forms like hold Baxter, like what? That's
every now and then I have an idea that's pretty cool.
So good.
Incredible. That was, yeah, for me that was the moment. And like I just the sheer like raw commitment to the improv, like how you just dove in. I saw you at one point like like summon up the tears, and like I could see that, and I was like, damn, like just that guy felt so raw and so real. And I also love that the confrontation that you brought, but also like there was that moment like when I realized that I was just having so much fun when just I didn't have to do anything. It was like Aiden and Mikhail just going off and like just so perfectly balanced.
You did. We were like I could feel Kit, you and I like, all right, how much conflict is cool? And then Zoheb, you were like, nah, I would like some more of this.
More.
Okay,
AdamDriver.jf. More.
Yeah. That was a great. You in the director chair. That was you being a good director.
That was great. But actually, I want to put one last note on that too, which is that Jacob, you said you had that idea, the exact same idea of a conflicting relationship. I just had a different idea, and I just went with yours because it was close enough.
Yeah.
So
okay, awesome. Yeah.
One of the coolest things to watch in any of that was also like the choice for people to leave and go out on the patio and smoke, and then that becoming a scene. Also, like the camera off moments. Like there was a lot that was bringing in through the negative space of like, I'm not only going to give you the spotlight, I'm going to literally leave the room so that there is no question about where the focus is until I come back. That was such like Renzo and y'all both played those like so perfectly throughout the course of the stream. It was wonderful to watch. And so
I have to put that back on Zoheb for the brilliant design choice, because that is a brilliant design choice to say, hey, you can now leave this negative space, make your absence feel felt. Which is something I have done in other games before, just as like a thing, and like have gotten feedback on it. Like, oh, when your character stormed out of the room, everyone went silent, right? And it's like those moments, enabling those moments in the game rules, is brilliant.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I loved it.
And one of the things I like whenever this game comes up and like someone wants to go for that is like how they use the form in which we're playing to do that. Because of course, if you're literally in a space together, you can just walk to the other room. You could even go outside unless it's snowing as it is right now. But like when you're on stream or whatever, like figuring out switching off the camera, switching off the mic, but still kind of present, being there. Like I love using the nature of the form to kind of like be able to like make your statement in that way. And I loved how everyone kind of figured their own one way out for that.
Love it. This has been great. We are going to be off for the next week unless Keegan has a stream that I don't know about. They could. Who knows? We'll see what happens. Except for on Wednesday night when we're going to be doing our next episode of Show Me Your Moves. We've got Jason Cordova, creator of Public Access. It's funding right now, but a long-time PBTA designer who's going to come on and talk to us. Jason is probably one of the best folks I know about implementing hard moves in gameplay, which I think is one of the hardest things for PBTA GMs to know when and how to do. So we're going to be sitting down with Jason to talk on Wednesday, but otherwise we will be over at PAX East next week with most of our team, and then back the following week with some amazing APs back in the time. If you haven't had a chance to check out this game yet, Midnight in a Perfect World, you can head over to Plus One EXP to pick up a digital or physical copy, or follow Zoheb over on social media or itch. Check it all out. Links for all those things are down in the description below. I want to thank everybody for being here today. This was such a blast to watch. It's a game I've been super excited. We have a lot of people who come to us and they're like, hey, I'm an educator in a classroom and I work with young people on social skills or history or other things like that, pointing at this game and letting them be able to talk through these type of much larger issues has been something we've really pushed, but it was great to see just the form of it actually come together and not just have being like, I've read this game and think it sounds really great. So thank you all so much for helping make that a reality. We've never figured out a good way to end streams here on Plus One EXP, and at this point, we're not interested in figuring one out. So we're just going to wave at the camera until I take us off air. Good night, everybody.
Thanks, Tony. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.